Testing. Test, test, test. Okay, so it's up.
Okay. Screens are good. Todd, screens are good. Todd, the screens are good. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. We want to thank you for your patience. Apologies, we had some technical issues. Okay, good morning. We apologize. There were some technical issues, but we're ready to go. Thank you all for your patience. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for November 20th, 2025 at 9:26 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea. Present. Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson. Here. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be by the Fresno Christian Elementary School students who will also lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone would please stand.
I would like to pray for our president and our amazing vice president. Thank you for the gift of a constitution that as American citizens we are honored to follow. I pray that the strategic actions of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and all other elected officials are led by the hand of you, our wonderful Lord and Savior. Thank you for the American dream and for this city council meeting. Amen.
Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, thank you for our beautiful state and freedom. I want to pray for our leaders and governor that you can have your loving hand around them and that you can guide them to make good decisions. Thank you for a roof over our heads and plates full of food. Thank you for all of our agriculture and crops in our state. We pray for those who don't have enough to eat. Please provide for them and help us to know how we can help them. Amen.
Dear Lord Jesus, thank you for this wonderful day in our city, Fresno. And I thank you for the rain that you have provided for us this past week. We are all thankful for our home, Fresno. We pray you will protect and bless our city. And I pray that you will give, I pray that Fresno will be a city on a hill, shining bright to others as a light because of your love and strength. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Dear Heavenly Father, I pray for our strong military and first responders. I pray that you would give them the strength and courage that they need and deserve. I pray that everyone would turn to you, Lord, and that everyone would know, as you said in John 3:16, that you died on the cross, that your son died on the cross and rose up again. And I pray that everyone will know who you are. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please join us in the flag salute.
I don't know why the flag salute always sounds better when you hear children. That was excellent. Thank you so much. Well, it's going to be hard to top that, but we're going to try with some of our great presentations this morning. Before we move on to our ceremonial presentations, I do want to point out that this morning at 11, there'll be a memorial service for the wife of former Mayor Autry, Kimberly Jean Autry. We want to just let the former mayor know that while we can't attend because we'll be at this council meeting, that our prayers and our hearts are with him and his family at this time of grieving. And we're so incredibly sorry for his loss of his dear wife. If we could just adjourn in memory of Kimberly Jean Autry, I'd appreciate that, City Clerk. And if we could just have a moment of silence for her. If everyone would please stand. Thank you all. Now we move on to approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translation available via Zoom as well as ASL. And we do have in-house Spanish translators, and they will let the audience know the services they can provide.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jael. I am from Focus Interpreting. I will be your in-house Spanish interpreter for today. If you're in need of interpretation services, you can find me towards the back of the auditorium where we have headsets available and we're more than happy to assist. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Jael. Soy de parte de Focus Interpreting. Soy su intérprete de español el día de hoy y si usted está en necesidad de servicios de interpretación, me puede encontrar al fondo del auditorio donde tendré disponible unos dispositivos para ustedes y con mucho gusto les podré ayudar. Gracias.
Thank you. And announcements and corrections to be read into the record. The invocation was, of course, by the Fresno Christian Schools, but those were the upper grade students from Fresno Christian School. Items removed from the agenda today. We have consent calendar item 2B, that is file ID 25-1571, actions pertaining to amendment of various ordinances. This item will come back on the December 4th, 2025 meeting, and it was moved by the Attorney's Office. We have consent calendar item 2Y, that is file ID 25-1583. That is regarding the resolution directing the city manager to terminate agreement with Campbell Strategy Advocacy, LLC. That was tabled with no return date by Vice President Arias. And we have a few items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Those are items 2D, that is file ID 25-1547, actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of portions of 2 parcels to benefit the H Street parking structure project. This item was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And lastly, we have consent calendar item 2L, that is file ID 25-1554, actions pertaining to the 6th Amendment to the service agreement with Orange Avenue Disposal. This item was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. I have no additional changes.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. So, council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with District 1.
None, Council President.
Thank you. District 4? No. Okay. District 5?
None.
6? Oh, none. We'll assume none. District 7?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 2J for contested consent.
2J for contested by Councilmember Esparza. Okay, any more? Okay, gotcha. Council Vice President? Any other items? Council Vice President? Any other? Oh, got it, sorry. Okay. Not a problem. Okay. And I'd like to myself pull items 2K and 2O for contested consent. K is in, yeah, Carbasi, there you go. I don't want to think of myself, so thank you. And, okay, I think that's about it. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, the agenda is approved by a vote of 6-0. Thank you very much. Okay, next we move on to the special part, and it's our ceremonial presentations. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We are going to start with Nang Chu Vang Day, and the sponsors are Councilmember Vang and Vice President Arias. So you will have the floor.
I'm going to give the mic to my council member Arias to start this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member Vang. I'm going to keep my portion extremely short. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the Hmong community in our city. You are now come to 50 years since the relocation and resettlement and your patriotic effort to defend our country and rescue so many of our American soldiers during the conflict. But more importantly, you are an integral part of our community in our city. You're not just, a normal, everyday person in our community. You have earned your place in our city. Your kids have demonstrated their extreme success and their contributions back to the community. And your traditions and your culture continue to be preserved by you. To General Vang and son and everyone else, I appreciate the leadership. And I'm glad that you guys have come up with a succession plan and you have leadership that will continue down the path to ensure that your culture, your traditions continue to be honored and recognized by our city. Because here, we appreciate and value the diversity of everyone that lives within our community. And secondly, I wanted to say it's an honor for me to be here today. I was the person that got to work with the first Hmong council member, and now I get to work with a Hmong council member. And in this moments, I appreciate that because now I get to turn over to our council member from Southeast Fresno, Brandon Vang, for the rest of this event.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Arias. And Mayor, thank you very much for joining Councilmember Arias and I here to present this proclamation to Mr. Nang Chuva. He has earned it. And so with further ado, Mr. Nang Chuva, can I ask you to come up here, please? Now, I would be remiss if I did not address my speech in my mother tongue because I understand that there are some folks in here who do not understand English, so please forgive me. Since this is a Hmong event, it's going to be a little bit longer than usual, and we also have some plaques to award to members of the community as well. Yong shia tan ta to ni jan chat si mu to chakati ku vi ti shithia na ku ya council member Brandon Va shan de ku shalom da ya Mayor Dyer de ku sha sin da ya council member Arias. Council member Arias ya other council member wa chan da na hat sa salana pun va pa tu nei chu va vi hatia ni landa penya honan de la ni mo ni lu cha lu nyong ni mo lu da lu ja ni nu ta trong so pe pa pe and nu na pe cho council members tan cho thia mayor ye mo chan da na one chow e ku one chow nu na ne to kong pe pe mo chan da na che pe lu ja na hatia wa ka chow te lo nei chu ko mo ka lu da lu ja ti chia te pa pe mong su pa mi ka ti shi thia cho nu so mo van so van thi ti shi thia ka yin chi don da pa ta she nya ho ba hu che vi tia pe sen ne nu si ka e ka tan de na ka wa ti wa le ya cha de nu na la ka ta ka wa ji mu thia ka cha shia la da pe nya den de ta ja ta shi na e tan de na ku wa ha pe la lo to pe cha thoi cha nya ho na ti shi thia o cho ne to na nu na pe ha cha Selana pun bapa tu nai chu theo pe hậu chọn để tích thiam nhà yếm mua ý đàn tới lại đàn tàu tàu trốn nè hạt tiệt pe cho nhà hậu city hall nó city council to make tích thiamวันนี้เสด็จชงในมื่อในรู้ดาวรู้จอในมื่อในรู้ชีในรู้เจริญยงอุปทานจะไปกิตเนชามองละกิตเนชามกับtích thiamชมัวรัชชีตชีมัวชันดาโคขวาวันนี้เช้าสุดI understand that we have Hmong translators and translations, but not here in the audience. So I'm going to try to translate as quickly as I can. Today we are here to honor the late general's son named Chuva. He has dedicated his time to not only the Hmong community, but the American community at large. He is one of the busiest person in the city of Fresno. I understand that the mayor is everywhere, but for Mr. Neng Chu here, truly he is everywhere within the city, outside of the city, and outside of the state as well. So I know him for a long time, and I can say that almost every weekend he is out there to serve the Hmong community, to serve the American community. And so it is an honor today to give thanks to a man who truly exemplifies what volunteerism is. And he does it from the bottom of his heart because he cares about his community, and he cares about moving his community forward, and he cares about the wellness, and he cares about the city of Fresno. And so I'm going to present this proclamation to him, and at the very end, I'm going to have the clerk read the proclamation. But we're going to do a little bit different today. We also have other plaques, and I'm going to call individuals to come up here. This is a certificate of recognition for the what I would call the leaders in the Hmong community as well. A brief summary of what they do. They represent certain constituents, or in our case, certain last names in the community. And so within the city of Fresno or the county or the Central Valley, they represent certain segments of the Hmong community. And again, it is their volunteerism, it is their dedication to the community that they're out there every weekend, try to help and try to move the community forward. And so I have seen with my eyes how hard and how dedicated they have worked and given their time to the community. So when I call your organization, please have the representative come up here and receive this certificate of recognition from the city of Fresno. Starting with the Vang National Unity Incorporate. Please come up here. Next is the VU of Fresno County. Are they here? Okay. They're not here. Yeah. Next is the Xiong of Fresno County representative or leader. Next is the Ta of Fresno County. Yeah. And next is the Patan. Thank you. The Young United of Central California. Do they have a representative here? Not yet? Okay, thank you. And the Monlo of Fresno County. Thank you. Dr. Vicky. There are many other organizations in the Hmong community who have, on a weekly basis, given their time and the energy to the Hmong community. These are just a few examples of what they do and who they are. And it is my honor as a sitting council member of Hmong descent to present the proclamation and the plaques to these respective organizations. And now I'm going to hand the mic to Neng Chu, and each one of you will have a few moments to speak, and then finally the mayor will speak at the end.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all the council members and Fresno Mayor Jerry Dyer, and to all the residents of this beautiful city of Fresno, every one of you. This year is very special year for us because I myself travel around the country, and I've been recognized by different organizations throughout the nation. But this is the first time I receive a recognition from my own city of Fresno. So it's a special day for me. I would like to thank you, all the board members, President Kabasi. Again, thank you very much.
That's the shortest speech I've ever seen you give.
It was in English.
Mayor, your turn.
I will. This is special. I have a fond relationship with the Hmong community. I have for decades, and was a very close friend of Neng Chu's dad, his father, General Beng Pao. I had many dinners, many lunches, and a lot of great times sharing the stage at the Hmong New Year over the last 30 years or so. And so I love the Hmong community. I love the fact that the Hmongs assimilated, came to our country, have done so well. Children that have gone on to become doctors and lawyers. They've taken advantage of the educational system. And this is a special year because we just celebrated 50 years of freedom. 50 years ago is when the first refugees fled Laos and came over to the United States. And I will say this, and I say it often about the Hmongs, they're true American heroes because we had so many of our downed fighter pilots during the Vietnam War, and they were the ones that would rescue them and nurture them and take care of them and make sure they got back home to their families. And I've always said special thanks to them and all of the soldiers that fought for the United States. And Neng Chu, you've become a friend. I kid him a lot, but he's once he gets a microphone, you don't know what he's going to say. He's like a comedian at times, but he's very, very funny. Especially when he talks about his college days. So anyway, it's an honor for me to be able to recognize Neng Chu and all of the Hmong community and the leaders within the Hmong community today. So thank you guys. And the only thing I've ever learned in Hmong was Najong Chung Chia. So Najong Chung Chia, Happy New Year.
That's great, Mayor. Thank you very much. Clerk, I'm going to steal a bit of your time. I'm going to read the last paragraph of this proclamation. And it is my honor to read this into the record as a refugee kid born in Laos who came to the United States at the age of 6, not understand one word of English. Whereas Neng Chu Va, together with the Hmong family leaders, remains committed to strengthening the Hmong community by collaborating with former and current Hmong elected officials, local nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, and service providers to identify needs, promote resiliency, and uplift the Hmong community in Fresno. Clerk, can you read the rest of the proclamation onto the record? Thank you.
Whereas the Hmong people bravely served alongside the United States during the Vietnam War, also known as the Secret War, and have resided in Fresno for 50 years, establishing a vibrant and resilient community. And whereas General Vang Pao, an influential and revered Hmong leader, played a pivotal role in the migration of Hmong refugees to the United States, leading efforts to establish Hmong communities across the country and helping to create one of the largest Hmong refugee resettlement areas in the nation, in Fresno. And whereas General Vang Pao, through the traditional 18-clan family infrastructure, represented by the surnames Chang, Cheng, Chu, Fang, Hang, Her, Kang, Kong, Ku, Li, Lor, Mua, Pa, Tao, Vang, Vu, Zhang, and Yang, help preserve cultural identity, strengthen unity, and guide the Hmong community's tradition into their new lives as Hmong Americans. And whereas Neng Chu Vang, the family-designated successor of General Vang Pao and son of the late general, continues this legacy by working closely with the 18 clans family infrastructure to maintain cultural preservation, provide resources and support, and strengthen the connection between the Hmong community and the broader community. And whereas Neng Chu Vang, together with the Hmong family leaders, remain committed to strengthening the Hmong community by collaborating with former and current Hmong elected officials, local nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, and service providers to identify needs, promote resiliency, and uplift Hmong community in Fresno. we do now hereby proclaim Nang Chu Vang Day in the city of Fresno.
Okay, our next proclamation is one I'm very excited for, and that is going to be for Cassie's Compass. If we can have Cassie coming up. Okay. Well, good morning. For any of you that use Instagram, I hope most of us do, you see a lot of what they call brain rot, but sometimes you see some things that are very refreshing. And there's a page called Cassie's Compass with this lovely person right here next to me who highlights not herself, but this great valley. If any of you ever, because you're born and raised here like me, kind of get lost on, well, what is there to do in Fresno? There's actually a lot of neat things to do in this town. And for the last few years, Cassie has covered the valley, but beyond as well. The London one was pretty cool. About things there are to do. And today's the first day that she's going to show people you can also go to a council meeting. So I really want to give you an opportunity to talk about what inspired you to do this and why you choose to highlight, especially local venues and businesses. You just did a video on the Fresno holiday to-do list, which was awesome. And so the ice rink is one big one that I'm going to try, but I might fall. Let's see what happens. I'm not taking Miguel with me because we saw what happened with the mayor last time. But yeah, and then one thing I didn't want to forget to mention, enamel making. We have that in Fresno. That was interesting. I did not know, so I'll have to try that too. But Cassie, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Such an honor to be here. I didn't know that council meetings were a thing to do in Fresno, but that'll be on the page pretty soon.
And they're fun, right?
Exactly, so fun. You learn so much. But I'm actually not from Fresno. I moved here almost 10 years ago. And coming here, I heard a lot from people who lived here, oh, there's nothing to do, you're not gonna like it. And I just found that was not the case. Every weekend, I found something brand new to do, whether that was a hike or all the access we have to outdoors. And even in town, so much stuff to do. I'm still finding new things to do every day. And it just kept inspiring me, finding all the Fresnans who have a passion for something, an art, a food, a dance, or something like that, and how they want to share it with others. So just using Instagram and short little videos to share that with others has been such a joy and so fun to get to do. I love to travel, but when I'm not traveling, I'm trying to find something to do right here in Fresno. Travel really helps me to get to know God's creation, and people are one of God's creation, so it's just really cool to see God's created ones creating for others, and to be able to share that and just have fun doing that is just an honor and so fun. So love Fresno.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think for me being born and raised here, you get comfortable and you forget there's so much to do in this town. I can tell you for the mayor and myself, we love highlighting this city, but we can't do it ourselves. Having you do that with short videos that are very entertaining, and it's easy to access these amenities. So, and you're helping a lot of small businesses too, and that goes a long way. So, Cassie Yoshikawa, today is your day, and I'm going to present you with this proclamation, and we're going to have the clerk read it into the record, please.
Council President,
oh, yes.
before we do that,
please.
Cassie, I've been a follower of yours for quite some time, and I have gone to a number of restaurants I never knew about and done activities that I didn't know existed, and I've been in Fresno my entire life, and so thank you for highlighting and for being a champion for Fresno. If the city of Fresno had a director of marketing extraordinaire, it would be you. So thank you for the work you do, and I will continue to forever be a follower. Thank you.
And Cassie, I want to say on behalf of the city of Fresno, thank you for all you do to really put Fresno on the map. You know, oftentimes I think the people that grew up here, we don't appreciate our city to the degree we should. And when people do come in from the outside, they say, wow, Fresno has a lot to offer. But it's folks like you that highlight that, and I know you have an incredible following, tremendous influencer, and we appreciate everything that you're doing to be able to market Fresno so that other people will start to feel, you know, it's a good place to live. And it is. I'm homegrown. I love Fresno, and I appreciate you doing everything you do to market Fresno. Thank you.
Whereas Cassie Yoshikawa is the creator behind Cassie's Compass, a travel and adventure platform born in the heart of California's Central Valley, founded on a desire to explore and share the beauty of Fresno, Clovis, and the surrounding region. And whereas what began as a simple journey to get to know her own community has grown into a storytelling brand that celebrates the hidden gems of Central California and beyond, showcasing local cafes built from dreams, trails that invite reflection, and small businesses born from big faith. And whereas through her photography, writing, and creative storytelling, Cassie highlights the people and places that make Fresno shine, revealing that our city is full of treasures crafted by locals who turn passion into purpose. And whereas, at its heart, Cassie's Compass is about connection to people, to place, and ultimately to the Creator, reflecting Cassie's belief that travel and storytelling can inspire gratitude, wonder, and a deeper awareness of God's beauty in the world around us. And whereas this vision is rooted in Scripture, particularly Romans chapter 1, verses 19 through 20. For what can be known about God is plain to them, because God has shown it to them. His eternal power and divine nature have made clearly perceived in the things that have been made. And whereas by sharing her adventures across California, and her reflections on community, creativity, and faith, Cassie Yoshikawa continues to remind us that every person, story, and place, including our own city, holds something sacred and worth discovering. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the City Fresno Council, do hereby proclaim and celebrate the inspiring work and community impact of Cassie's Compass in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much. So if you're not a follower, follow Cassie's Compass. The next one is one that's a bit more somber. It's one we do every year. I'm going to ask Diana Moore and Paul Marquez to please join me up here, as well as Dr. Molina. This last Sunday, myself and Councilmember Perea were supportive of an event we have. It's the World Day of Remembrance here at City Hall. I want to thank Councilmember Perea for her work with that event to recognize those we've lost. And I'll say this. I'm going to read the names of the folks we've lost this year. These are people that were killed. There were pedestrians and bicyclists. And one thing I learned from a good friend of mine who lost his son is that we don't call them accidents because they're all avoidable. They're called collisions. We have the power to change that. So the goal is Vision Zero, and that means 0 deaths from collisions with vehicles and other things for pedestrians and bicyclists, so we can have a truly multimodal city in the city of Fresno. And we're going to be here every year, and we're going to do this until we reach that Vision Zero for the city. So I'm going to pass it on. Dr. Leland, would you like to start off? No, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Council President. My name is Paul Marquez of the city's Active Transportation Advisory Committee, and I, along with Diana Moore-Durham and Dr. Mohammed Sheikh, serve on the World Day of Remembrance Task Force. Tony Molina of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition provided valuable guidance to the task force as we planned this event out. On behalf of the ATAC and our chair, Laura Grumas, who couldn't be with us this morning, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation for the City Council's World Day of Remembrance proclamation, and specifically your commitment towards adoption of the city's Vision Zero plan and implementing effective countermeasures to address the top high crash locations in the city's high injury network. I'd also like to thank Council President Carbasi and Councilmember Perea for attending and participating in the World Day of Remembrance event this past Sunday, November 16th. The event, as mentioned, was very somber with heartfelt sharing of surviving family members and friends, and supporting organizations such as Families for Safe Streets and the Fresno Clovis Ride of Silence. Special thanks to our Public Works Department Transportation Planning Division. Jill, your staff with Andrina Aguilar and Sang Van Sung did a great job in supporting us. The Fresno Police Department Deputy Chief Bert Farah was there at hand, as well as partner agencies including the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition, Safe to Schools, the U.S. Green Building Council of Central California, for helping make the World Day of Remembrance event successful. We truly believe that the city's action in developing and eventually adopting the Vision Zero action plan exhibits leadership and commitment to safer streets for active transportation, not only in the city of Fresno, but for the entire county of Fresno region. So thank you.
I'll keep it real brief. My name's Diana Moore Durham, and I lost my brother to a collision in January of 2022. And because of my experience, and I became much more aware of the dangers of the streets. I knew they were dangerous before, but I know all too well now how dangerous. So because of that, I became interested in the Active Transportation Advisory Committee and joined just recently. And our community is ready for change. We're ready for safer streets, and we can do better. And I think we have the commitment of our council to work towards Vision Zero and reducing, hopefully to zero, these kinds of deaths. So thank you.
And thank you, Gabriel, for being here. I want to thank Laura Gromas, who's the chair of our ATAC. She's been terrific, not just because she's a District 2 resident, but because she really has kept her eye on the ball to ensure that we don't forget those that have lost their lives and that we can prevent this from happening, and to keep us responsible to make sure we pass policies, and as we develop the city, do it in a responsible way that ensures safety for everyone that wants to walk or bike. What I'm going to do is, instead of having the proclamation read, I'm just going to read off the names of those we've lost this year, and then we'll have the city clerk just read the now for there be resolved portion. I'm going to start with Muhammad Akbar, Gabriel Zarate, William Hansen, Steve Esqueda, Jesse Perez, Maria Paredes, Sylvia Cruz, Joshua Bowler, Victor Thomas Jr., Ernest Walker, Maddox Green, Jordan Galvez, William Haywood, Luis Perez, Shante Vasquez, Terry Bamping, Corday Brown, Kenneth Bryant, Geraldine Pascual, Nathan Torres, Edward Rao, Onel Ivan Sandoval Arajano, Waylon Johnson, and on this list are 10 names of people that are unknowns, which is a tragedy in itself. Again, these are all people that have been lost. They have families that live in this community, and there's real trauma and pain. And if we can avoid these deaths from happening, then we have to do our part to do that. And we're going to be here every day until we can get that done. I want to thank everyone who's here today and the families that aren't here today that were here on Sunday. We're going to keep the memories of their loved ones alive, and we're going to use that to make some positive action. Thank you for that. City Clerk.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor and Fresno City Council, recognize the third Sunday of November as World Day of Remembrance and pay homage to all the people across the world who have lost their lives or have been seriously injured while using the road. And be it further resolved that we, the Mayor and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim our commitment to adoption of a city's Vision Zero plan currently under development, and further direct staff to develop and implement countermeasures to address the fatal 5 locations on the city's high injury network, and do hereby proclaim November 16th, 2025 as World Remembrance Day in the city of Fresno.
We'll just read this now. I'll give it to them right now. Thank you. Okay, this one's going to really uplift everyone. This is Pet of the Month, and I wonder what we're going to have this month. Okay.
Where's my city manager? Leo, Leo, Leo. So every month we get the opportunity. It's one of the fun things that we do in our city is we get the opportunity to be able to present the pet of the month. And we, for you that don't know, have our own animal center in Fresno. This council invested $28 million into that center. And it is to be able to rescue some of our family members that are out there on the streets. And this is one of them. This is Leo. And we give people that come here not only are we raising the awareness, but we also give people an opportunity to adopt dogs like Leo. And you can see he is very, very friendly and very, very hungry. And he was hoping that the city manager will give him some more treats. So anyway, at this, I'll turn it over to you so you can talk a little bit more about Leo and the Animal Center.
Yes, so this is Leo. He's pretty aptly named. He's kind of the Leonardo DiCaprio of dogs. He's really just charming everyone today. But Leo is super sweet, walks incredibly well on a leash, would be an incredible running partner, or could go explore nature with Cassie and her compass. So yeah, he is just a great dog. He's neutered, he's microchipped, he's ready to go, and he's just one of the dogs whose adoption fee is waived right now. So it includes his neuter surgery, he's microchipped, he is ready for his new home, and he is just the sweetest guy. So if you're interested in Leo, please reach out to us or come to the shelter tomorrow to meet him personally. Thank you.
He's a good travel dog, too.
Yeah. He lives here now. Perfect. Come on, Leo. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And as a reminder, there will be one more ceremonial in the afternoon for Sikh Heritage Month, and that'll start by about 1:30, if that's the time we return. Before we move on to councilmember reports and comments, because our mayor will be leaving to attend the funeral of Kimberly Autry, we're going to have the mayor make his comments first, and then we'll go back to the council.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it very much. And I will be attending on behalf of the city, the Kimberly Autry's funeral, and former Mayor Autry's asked me to speak. And so I will be honored to do that today for Kimberly, who is somebody that I loved and admired and had a great relationship with over the years, as I did with Alan. Also, I want to thank all the council for attending the Veterans Day Parade this last week. Incredible event to be able to honor our veterans. It is the largest Veterans Day parade west of Washington, D.C. And so we're very, very proud to have that. And thank you to all the city departments, especially the police department, who did so much to make that event safe. And it's about a 4-hour event, over 3,000 participants. Also had the opportunity to attend with Councilmember Arias, the Heritage Estates. It is 33 families that were blessed with a home over on the west side of Fresno, and with down payment assistance, and it was an incredible thing to be able to spend time with some of the families in the city. Invested over $4 million in that project. And then Friday night I spoke at Table Mountain Event Center for the Fresno Center. They hosted the what's called the Giving Thanks annual event, and it was well attended, but it's all about giving thanks to folks in this community that give so much. And then this Tuesday, I believe it was, I gave the welcoming remarks for the Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement. They had an event in Fresno, hosted it with various nonprofits. And then yesterday, was a big event for us in Fresno, as Coast Aluminum, who's been here since 1993. They are an incredible company. They have 6 different companies in Mexico, 11 of them here. Councilmember Esparza and I were there to speak at the groundbreaking, 163,000 square foot facility right here in Fresno on Home Avenue. So with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you very, very much, and look forward to the rest of the day with you guys.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Bringing it back to the council, we're going to start with Councilmember Perea. You got it. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to just make one announcement this morning. District 4 team is going to be conducting and hosting our 5th annual Operation Gobble, which is a full Thanksgiving meal giveaway. We're going to have turkeys, we're going to have sides, we're going to have vegetables, everything that a family could need to host a proper Thanksgiving dinner. We know that there's a lot of families in District 4 that are still struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, and unfortunately unable to provide that Thanksgiving experience for their families. And so we're going to be giving away 600 Thanksgiving meals. If you live in District 4 or know somebody in the District 4 area that could benefit from this, please send them by our event. It's going to be taking place this Sunday, the 23rd. 8 o'clock in the morning to 3 p.m. We're going to be doing a drive-through at Hoover High School. And then from 3 to 4 o'clock, we're going to be doing walk-ups at El Dorado Park for the El Dorado Park neighborhood. So if you know anybody that could benefit from receiving a full Thanksgiving meal, please send them by, and it would be our honor to serve them. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Great. Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Carbasi. Just a few comments to make. I'd like to start by thanking the administration for the last meeting's Southeast Development Area Workshop and for providing additional documents for us to review. I've taken the time to go through the information that was shared and appreciate the follow-up workshop by the administration and directors. As I stated from the very beginning, if the Southeast Development Area Plan were presented today as is, my vote will be no. That has not changed. However, as the newest council member, I've taken this time to listen, to learn, and to hear directly from the residents and stakeholders who will be most impacted by this project. And we are still reviewing and working to make sure that the Southeast Development Area Plan reflects what our constituents want, not simply what is already on paper. My commitment remains the same. The Southeast Development Area must be shaped by the community and for the community. Additionally, my office is having my first turkey giveaway this coming Saturday at 12 noon at Greenbird Elementary, and the address is 5081 East Lane Avenue, 93727. Again, that's at Greenbird Elementary this coming Saturday at 12 o'clock, and I encourage everybody to be there around 11 o'clock. And I invite everybody, not only the people in District 5, but everybody who can come by, please come by to say hello and take Thanksgiving dinner with all of the fixings there. And I also asked the community not to arrive before 10 o'clock because at that time we will be setting up the drive-through and the walk-through at Greenbird Elementary. So I appreciate your understanding. And lastly, I had the honor of participating in the Central Valley Veterans Day Parade. I was joined by members of what's called the Special Guerrilla Veterans. And a little footnote on that side, there was a war in the country of Laos from 1961 through 1978. It was a secret war. There were about 35,000 people who fought in Laos and who died in Laos. They were soldiers trained by CIA to fight on behalf of the Americans for democracy and freedom against advancing communism in Laos. And so this past Veterans Day, I had the honor of walking with them, the veterans from the secret war in Laos. And I want to say thank you to them. It was the very least that I can do. And also thanks to the families who came to support them as well and who came to support all veterans And there were a few, not a few, but there were about 24 students from Edison High who came out and joined us in the parade. So thank you very much to Mr. Yang from Edison High for bringing your students. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. Councilmember Richardson.
Good morning. Beautiful day in District 6. Had a great time as well. The Veterans Day Parade. That was 2 days of nonstop excitement. The location has changed for our next quarterly town hall to all of our District 6 residents. It'll now be up at Clovis Community College on Willow and International. Stay tuned on social media for more information forthcoming, and if you live in the immediate vicinity, for a text message. And happy birthday yesterday to my grandma Cordy, who turned like 50-ish. That's all I had.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. This past Saturday, the District 7 team and I helped out at a food distribution event to feed Fresno families. I was down at the Fresno Center, so I want to thank all those volunteers, thank my team, the Fresno Center, Congressman Costa and other neighbors for all of their help and making that a successful food distribution event, of course in partnership with the Central California Food Bank. Also this last Saturday, I want to thank everyone who came out to support District 7 during the Beautify Fresno event that was hosted at Ewing Elementary. Regardless of the rain, my office had an opportunity to join over 100 volunteers to clean and refresh the Ewing neighborhood. So that went well despite the rain that occurred this past Saturday. Earlier this week, I had the pleasure of joining a panel for a Blackstone Town Hall. It was hosted by Every Neighborhood Partnership. It was great to hear from community members and Fresno State students as we discussed safety and different ways to strengthen the Blackstone corridor, which is a prime area within my district, the central and southern portion of that corridor. So I want to thank all those folks for their participation and taking time this last Tuesday evening. And lastly, as we heard from the mayor, I want to again congratulate Coast Aluminum on their groundbreaking that occurred yesterday. This is a project that represents a new investment, new jobs, and continued economic growth within the city and the region at large. So we look forward to the positive impact that this expansion is going to have in District 7 and the greater part of the city. Council President, that will conclude my remarks for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember. We're going to go back to Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by thanking Alma and her team at the Fresno Animal Center. We hosted a vaccination and microchip event a couple weekends ago over at Roding Park, and we successfully vaccinated and microchipped over 300 animals in our city. So what this means is we have healthier dogs, and we have, God forbid, if your pet ever gets loose, we now have the ability to reunite about 300 of those dogs back to their rightful owner. And then in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I too just want to highlight an event that we do every year, which is our annual Thanksgiving meal giveaway. We set aside thousands of turkeys specifically for District 1 families, but what we're doing different this year is we are setting aside an additional 500 turkeys for families that are SNAP recipients that have been negatively impacted by a lot of the federal pauses in this program. And so if you are a SNAP recipient, it's open to anyone in the city of Fresno. You can go to my social media for more information, but I will announce it here too. We will be giving away those 500 meals to those 500 families at Steinbeck Elementary School this Saturday, November 22nd at 10 a.m. And then lastly, I do want to just touch a little bit on the World Day of Remembrance. You know, one of the names that the council president read off was Corday Brown. And this was a 10-year-old individual who lived in District 1, and he was walking, I think he was either walking to school or walking home, and he was struck by a truck and passed away. And I went to his viewing, and I'll tell you that there is nothing more haunting than having to watch a parent say goodbye to their kid for the very last time. It was the viewing, and so they got to see their little baby boy one last time, and that was going to be it. And so my ask of our residents is, and I've said this before, speeding may save you a few minutes, but slowing down could save a life. So please remember to be diligent, especially during this holiday season, especially as the weather is a little crazy. Running that red light is never worth it. Speeding to save a few minutes is never worth it. So just always a good reminder to be diligent when you are driving through our city limits and beyond. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Quick informational items. Thank you to the Public Works staff. I've been walking the neighborhood in Tower, and all the improvements of the repaving have been done to really good quality, so I appreciate the work from Public Works and our contractors. And they did this at a time when we're also doing Operation Cleanup, so there's a bunch of trash that had to be coordinated and picked up. So good work on the coordination. As the mayor indicated, this last week we opened up the new homes. That was a project that took us 6 years. For those people who don't understand how long it takes to build housing, it's 6 years of work after we received the funding from all the different pots, got permitting. Now 30 plus families get to own their home in West Fresno, in a neighborhood that now has a large neighborhood park, a college campus, a new medical clinic, all things that the residents been asking for decades for. And then lastly, just informational, the downtown ice rink will officially open this upcoming month. We invite the public to start purchasing tickets online at FresnoAHF.org. Mariposa Winter Village is the name of the downtown ice rink this year. And we will be working, council, with the council offices and the Parks Department to acquire some tickets for our neediest families to make sure that as the ice rink operates in our city, and a lot of people from the surrounding communities get to utilize it, that we make sure Fresno residents and our kids also get to utilize it for free, given the fact that it is funded and sponsored by the city of Fresno partially. So thank you, Council President, for the time.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And just before I give my comments, some housekeeping. I had some cards for some items that had been removed from the agenda. If you were here to talk about an item that was removed from the agenda, it will go into unscheduled communication, but you will be afforded an opportunity to speak if you'd like to. But because it's no longer on the regular agenda, that's the rules allow for that. So, okay, we're going to just give a couple of quick comments. There's been a lot of constituent service work that's been done lately, especially with the rain. I really do want to thank the different departments that have been helpful, especially the Public Works Department. Scott, Brian, and Jill, just ongoing help has been terrific for the residents of Northwest Fresno. With the mayor, I was and Director Aaron Aguirre, really happy to kick off the groundbreaking for the new park at the Milburn Overlook. You may recall that in February of 2020, there was unfortunately a death that occurred from a shooting in that area, and that's really started a conversation with the neighbors of how we were going to take back that park and ensure it is a safe space for the neighborhood to enjoy again. Before that, it had unfortunately been an attractive nuisance as it was built, but we're building it in a manner that will add more trees and more accessibility for the parcel itself. Rather than it being a parking lot, it'll actually be a park that can be utilized by the neighborhood. Do want to thank the administration for their work over the last couple of years to bring this to fruition, and it will open by May of 2026, returning some of those Measure P dollars back home to Northwest Fresno as well as the rest of the city. It'll also offer unique views of the San Joaquin River and the Milburn Pond, which is accessible to this entire city. We do need more access points for the river, and that will be one of them for all of Fresno. Veterans Day Parade went off very well. I want to thank all the organizers for making that possible. Like the mayor said, the largest Veterans Day Parade west of the Mississippi, and we're really, really proud of that. It was my first time being able to participate in a float, or a car really, but just seeing all the families and all the kids, and it was from all walks of life, celebrating those that have given so much for us to be able to live here and do what we do right now. It's a big deal. And I think how we honor our veterans and the people that have sacrificed their lives for our safety says a lot about who we are as a community, and I think Fresno should be very proud of itself. Wanted just to thank my colleagues. I think 4 of us out here have our own version of Operation Gobble, but it's all for the same purpose. And every year we're always challenged because food prices have been going up and families face difficult situations. This year is really unprecedented because our federal government in their infighting was literally starving families. And look, it's really easy for us to judge, especially when you're able to put your hand in your pocket and you're able to pull money out and go to the grocery store and buy food. But there are a lot of people that lost that ability. And this isn't about a partisan issue. This is about, unfortunately, politics and it going down to that level to where they shut this government down, putting those families in limbo that are, of course, federal employees, but especially those families that depend for one reason or another, especially mothers and children, on aid for food, something as simple as food. And we shouldn't be doing that. So we will have plenty of boxes with complete dinners available. Ours is more focused around Pinedale and Nelson Elementaries, as they are, of course, our community within Northwest Fresno is faced with a lot of hardship, but it is open to anyone, and we are benefiting other folks as well. So thank you all to our sponsors for making that possible, to my staff, and to the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy for their assistance with Operation Gobble, as well as the Assistance League in Fresno. And then there is an item on the agenda regarding a substance that is it's on the consent calendar, so it wasn't pulled, so I'm not going to say too much about it. But this is something that has been sold in Pinedale, for example. We did report this to our city attorney's office earlier this year. It was an expired product that was sold, and unfortunately, the laws didn't allow us to really do anything about it because I think San Diego was the only place that really regulated this item, and that was a shame. So I'm glad that the county and the city are coming together to regulate this item and protect our kids and protect the public from unscrupulous vendors that don't mind selling expired products, but also expired products that are dangerous. So thank you for that, and that is my report for today. So now on to regular business, and I want to thank the public for their patience. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. We moved the order. City Manager, we're not trying to silence you, I promise.
That's okay, and normally I wouldn't mind being skipped, but
No, we don't wanna
I
do
have
that.
my annual sappy what I'm thankful for since this is the last meeting before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And, like I get teased a lot about not being sappy and being a little hardcore and only caring about the money and come on, So it is my annual sappy speech. Right, we're just a week away from Thanksgiving. Really been thinking about what I am thankful for. This gives me my time to reflect. So, of course, first of all, my family, my husband, Bill, who right now is in a pretty sad state of affairs with, he hurt his neck. And so he has been in agonizing pain for the last 3 weeks and navigating through the medical process. My two girls, Katie and Grace, who are in college, but frankly, over the years, have sacrificed a lot of my attention being pulled in other directions. Our city family, our 4,700 employees that day in and day out get the work done that all of us up here push forward. I say it all the time in ceremonies. We push words and paper up here and accomplish a lot with that, but the city family out in buildings and in the field are the ones who get it done. Department directors. Our department directors, blood, sweat, and tears every day. There's a lot going on in the city, and we put a lot of responsibility on them. The mayor, I thank the mayor for his leadership. He has literally sacrificed his health at times to push the city forward and to give us a clear vision. Certainly, his team and the administration, and keeping us moving forward and focused on goals and trying not to get too distracted with sometimes the other things that are around us. The council, obviously, everybody up here has a district that they represent. You all are very passionate about it and trying to get things done for your constituents. And whether that be district-specific or citywide initiatives, thank you for your leadership in pushing projects forward. I need to thank my assistant city managers, who I put a tremendous amount of responsibility on in keeping all of these initiatives moving forward. I'm very thankful. TJ, Nick, and Ruthie oversee a number of our departments and work with department directors to keep things moving forward. Our support staff, I sometimes never see our support staff. I'm in and out of my office running from meeting to meeting, and every once in a while I walk down the corridor to go to our kitchen in the back, and I realize I haven't talked to these people in a week. So I walk through and I say, hello, good morning, how's everybody doing? And then I turn around and walk back out. But they play a critical part in supporting our team. And of course, Tony Machado, right? Everybody knows Tony. When someone doesn't know where to go, what the next step is, I call her the City Hall mom, because literally every department in this city relies on her to answer questions, whether it be on the agenda or where to start on a project. She keeps me moving. She doesn't keep me organized, because that's impossible. I cannot be kept organized. All you have to do is take one look at my desk. It is an impossible task. But she does keep things moving forward and working with the clerk's office on our agendas. That is a huge feat, to keep our agenda process and all of the documents so that you are all prepared and have all of the documents that you need to make the decisions that you do. So I'm sure I've left other people out, but thank you to everybody. I'm so thankful for all of you to be able to work with you. It is truly an honor. And looking forward as we move forward, I cannot believe that the new year is literally around the corner. This year has just gone by so fast. So thank you all. I hope everybody enjoys their Thanksgiving and time around their family and friends. And that's all I have, Council President. Thank you for indulging me.
Sure, and I know the mayor's not here, but I'll go ahead and say it. You talk about somebody putting their health on the line. While you're very healthy, you work more hours than exist in the day. So thank you so much for being such a great partner for this city, and I've worked with 3 city managers, and you're by far just all over the place, and you're working very hard, and I think history will reflect that. You were a great city manager. Thank you, Georgianne. Okay, we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. 9:10 a.m. is a hearing to consider the adoption of the 9:10 a.m. hearing to consider adoption of a hearing to consider the adoption, I think it must be a typo, of the Tower District Specific Plan, the Tower District Design Standards and Guidelines and related EIR, State Clearinghouse number 202-505-0309. We're going to start with a staff presentation. Before we do that, I would like the city attorney to explain this is going to be a little bit different. We have had a drawing in the past on this item. There'll be another drawing today. It is not the lottery. It's not the kind of fun you think it would be. But city attorney, if you'd mind sharing how that will work and why we're doing it again, that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, sure. The law requires that in this circumstance, because there was a change in the makeup of the city council, having 2 new council members added to the council, the law requires us to redraw it. So the 4 conflicted council members, District 1, District 3, District 2, and District 7 are going to draw for the last open position, which would create the 4 council members that we need to participate in this item.
Can we, point of order, can we do the drawing before the presentation so we're not in the room?
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with
that. Great, let's do that.
All right, so I am going to bring up the big box of democracy. I am going to drop 4 cards in there, 1 for each of the disqualified members, 1, 2, 3, and 7. In reverse council number, you're going to draw a card out. There's 1 green card in the box, 3 red cards. The green card will be the person who is now the voting member with the other undisqualified members.
And before we do that, I do have 1 council member punched up. Councilmember Vang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. For the public, as to the reasoning why there's a drawing or a lottery, I know that there has been conversations around that, but as far as today, I have not heard any explanations as to why there is a drawing being the newest council member on the dais.
Right,
Could you please elaborate?
Right, in the first place, why is there, it's a good question. Why is there, it's for the public's benefit, why do we have this drawing in the first place?
So whenever there are too many council members disqualified from a government decision to reach a quorum, and there exists no alternative source of coming to a decision on that matter, the matter requires implementing a random method of selecting the fewest number of disqualified council members. And that is through Regulation 18705, subsections A and C. And so that is what we are doing now.
So in a nutshell, there's a majority of council that may have, for one reason or another, aren't able to vote on this item, so that we wouldn't have a quorum. Without a quorum, we can't take action, but there's a public interest. So we're having a drawing to allow for there to be at the minimum level enough for a quorum.
And for further clarity, our conflicts, either we live within the boundaries of the plan, or we own property within the boundaries of the plan. So you wouldn't want us making decisions that benefit us directly without disclosing that and making sure that everything's open in the public.
Yep, very good. City Attorney?
And to that point, it is our suggestion and recommendation that each council member that has a conflict state that conflict on the record before we do the drawing.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, why don't we do that in order? So, Councilmember Perea.
Yeah, Council President, my conflict is that I both own and live within the confines of the Tower District specific plan.
Okay.
Council President, my conflict is that I live within the boundaries of the Tower Specific Plan and own property there.
Okay. Mine is that I own a property within the plan area. Who's the other one?
Ditto. Yeah, mine is that I own property and live within the boundaries.
Got it. So, okay. Great. Here we go with the drawing.
And Council President, just one last point. Councilmember Esparza, you technically still have a conflict, so any participation in this matter has to be in public here on the dais.
Acknowledged.
Alrighty, I'm going to presume the duties of acting president while President Carbasi steps out of the room. The quorum is going to consist of myself, Councilmember Vang, Richardson, and Esparza. We're going to proceed with the 9:10 a.m. hearing. Sophia, good morning.
Good morning, Acting Council President Maxwell, members of the council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department, here to present to you this morning the Tower District Specific Plan Update. And there we go. Today we'll cover background, the planning process, tell you about the specific plan and the design standards and guidelines. We'll briefly touch on the environmental impact report, public comment, and conclude with staff recommendations.
I'm going to ask my colleagues too to hold any questions until after the presentation as well, Sophia. Thanks.
Will do. The Tower District Specific Plan is an update to the 1991 Specific Plan. The new plan carries forward topics in the original plan that are still important today, such as neighborhood conservation and historic preservation, while adding more focus on new issues related to housing, transportation, and recreation. The motion that you'll make today includes repealing the 1991 plan and replacing it with this plan. The Tower District is located just north of downtown and was built as a streetcar suburb in the early 1900s. It is bounded by State Route 180 to the south, Blackstone Avenue to the east, Shields Avenue to the north, and Fruit Avenue and the Union Pacific Railroads to the west. It includes the historic Tower Theater at the commercial core of the neighborhood, as well as Fresno City College and Fresno High School. It is mostly built out, but does include infill opportunities. The plan area is approximately 1,800 acres with a diverse population of 20,000 people. It is distinguished by a rich mosaic of ethnic groups and includes longtime residents, young professionals, artists, and families, all contributing to its unique cultural flair. Over 50% of the community identifies as Hispanic or Latino. Age-wise, 21% of its members are over 60, and an equal percentage are under 18,
which is more youthful than the city as a whole. This blend of people from different backgrounds and life stages fosters a strong sense of community and community character. To help preserve the built environment aspect of community character, the 2005 Tower District Design Guidelines have been updated. These new standards and guidelines reflect the spirit and policy direction of the specific plan and are intended to result in compatible development using objective metrics to the greatest extent possible, and that's per state law. Outreach was conducted through the 3.5-year planning process and took different forms depending on the planning phase. The goal of the first phase was to gather community input about existing conditions and needed improvements. During this phase, several pop-up tabling events occurred at Tower Farmers Market and Porch Fest, for example. An online survey was conducted, the first workshop was hosted, and the implementation committee meetings began. During phase 2, a second workshop was held at Fresno City College. Tabling and special events continued, and small topic groups met to work on plan policies together. In the final phase, the first public draft plan was presented to City Council last fall for initiation, and the EIR commenced at that point. A second public draft of the specific plan was circulated along with the EIR in August and September of this year. These were the tools used to reach Tower District residents and businesses. Highlights include a new project website with special Tower branding, flyers posted in local businesses, a frequent presence at neighborhood events, and open monthly implementation committee meetings. The implementation committee was established by the City Council through Resolution 21-147 as a 7-member body representing Council Districts 1, 3, and 7. The committee was responsible for encouraging community involvement and reporting its findings, recommendations, and work product to the Community Planning Commission and City Council. And I would like to recognize the committee now. They met over 30 times to work on the plan, and the chair, Chris Johnson, and Myra and Annie are here too, and perhaps others put a lot of time into the plan. The Tower District's reputation for a highly engaged population held true for the specific plan process. 2 community workshops were attended by over 300 people, 700 surveys were completed, and over 7,000 households and businesses were reached through canvassing and mailers. Pictured at the upper right is the second community workshop attended by over 200 residents at the Fresno City College. Also pictured here are members of the consultant team who we'd like to recognize, WRT, the Prime, who helped with the specific plan, really did a beautiful job with it, and Dan Zach of Zach Urban Solutions, who assisted with the design guidelines. And I'd also like to mention Kyle Simpson with LSA, who is our EIR consultant. All community input was distilled into priorities that would then inform the specific plan. Neighborhood preservation priorities included more art and history focus, reuse of existing buildings, and maintaining the historic quality of the neighborhood. Land use priorities that we heard included the desire for a grocery store, focus on local businesses and incentives, affordable housing, and the need for more mid and high density housing. Circulation priorities that we heard included the need for safer speeds through neighborhoods, shaded sidewalks, more trees, parking availability for residents, more public transit, and better maintenance of street trees, sidewalks, and lighting. Park priorities included more access to green space, including playgrounds and community gardens, more opportunities at Ted C. Wills, the desire for a dog park, and the suggestion for joint use of school facilities, among others. Guiding principles were then developed which address residential neighborhoods, commercial areas, historic resources, active transportation and recreation, along with promotion of environmental sustainability and climate resilience. A tool was also developed to evaluate the health and equity outcomes of the proposed policies as they were developed, and those are included in Appendix B to the plan. The plan calls for continuing historic preservation efforts, including studying potential districts that were proposed in the 1991 specific plan, and those are shown in light orange in the map that you see, and adding new study areas shown in purple. Plan policies put more emphasis on conserving assets in the public right-of-way, such as historic hitching posts and pineapple lights. Also more emphasis on conserving elements important to community identity and the establishment of a historic museum. Updating the design guidelines is also called for in this section. More innovative policies include exploring ways to adaptively reuse or otherwise create affordable housing in historic structures. Because the Tower District is mostly built out, it does not meet the general plan standard for park acreage. However, the plan proposes creative ways to increase recreational opportunities, including the installation of amenity-rich pocket parks, such as Trolley Park on Van Ness and Weldon, and the new Broadway Parquet on Broadway and Elizabeth. Other strategies include joint use with schools, private provision of public open space, and providing better access to existing parks, such as Roding, which is just outside the plan boundary but across the railroad tracks. The plan shows potential park locations on vacant land, but ultimately it is up to the Parks Department to identify and purchase park sites. Circulation policies include traffic calming to slow traffic, exploration of ways to reduce parking spillover into residential neighborhoods, transit, bike, and pedestrian improvements, and activation and beautification of the public realm, for example, public art, street trees, outdoor events, etc. And this brings us to the proposed land use changes in the plan. 7% of the land within the tower is proposed for a land use change. The current general plan on the left and the proposed changes are shown on the right with a black outline. And we'll have another view of this on the next slide that shows it more clearly. Land use changes are proposed for one of the following reasons: to adjust land use to match existing uses, to activate underperforming corridors or nodes, or to provide more housing opportunities. I do want to note that in all of these areas, letters were sent directly to all property owners within the areas proposed for change twice. The first time in July of 24, and then the second time this last October. And you'll see the land use change request that we have received a bit later. Let's go to the next view. This shows a little bit more clearly. You can see the map on the right that shows the proposed areas for change. And I've numbered them just for easy reference. Numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5 are changes to better match the existing land uses. Numbers 2, 6, and 7 are underperforming corridors or nodes that could benefit from neighborhood mixed-use designations. And numbers 8, 9, and 10 are adding housing capacity. And I did want to mention that number 10 on Blackstone, which is proposing to redesignate the current land use on Blackstone from neighborhood mixed use to corridor center mixed use. That was part of the council's direction when the plan was initiated. Let's see. The city has received public comment questioning the zone change of the 3 historic neighborhoods, which are numbers 3, 4, and 5 on the map, from medium density to medium low density. However, this lower zoning density matches the actual constructed density of those neighborhoods, which is consistent with our first land use change criteria to adjust zoning to match existing uses. These would still be subject to new state provisions allowing lot splits and ADUs, so they still could become more dense and accommodate more housing. This map shows the proposed extension of the apartment house overlay district. This is another component of the zoning. And the proposed overlay is just the portion along West Olive that you see in the lighter cross-hatching. It already exists in the areas with the darker cross-hatching extending to the north, east, and south. This overlay adds more flexibility to allow ground floor residential so that typical tower apartment houses would be allowed, in addition to the uses already allowed there. It's currently designated commercial Main Street. So this adds uses, it does not take them away. This map also shows in the red dashed boundary the potential tower entertainment district overlay boundary. However, any potential entertainment district overlay is a separate item that would come after adoption of the specific plan. And now we'll tell you a little bit about the design guidelines. Whoops, there I go. As noted earlier, the design guidelines have been updated to reflect the vision of the specific plan, the new development code, and state law requiring objective standards. Standards are explicit and definitive requirements, whereas guidelines are recommendations open to interpretation. California law requires objective standards to expedite review of qualifying housing projects. And the design standards and guidelines document is organized as the original guidelines were, with separate chapters on single unit, multi-unit, mixed use, and commercial development. And there is a new section on architectural style. Now we'll touch on the environmental impact report. The EIR, sorry about that, getting ahead of myself. A programmatic EIR was initiated in 2025 and circulated for a 45-day comment period from August 15th to September 29th. An initial study was completed, finding that there were less than significant impacts in all but 7 topic areas that you see listed on the slide. 14 mitigation measures are included that cover all of those topic areas. So we'll go over public comment on the EIR and on the plan and design guidelines. So the EIR comments that we received were some requested clarifications from public agencies on project level implementation, comments regarding impacts of industrial uses related to aesthetics, air quality and noise, parkland, and traffic. The mitigation measures do adequately address those concerns under CEQA. Plan comments that we received relate to residential density changes, parks, industrial compatibility, residential and entertainment district compatibility, traffic, and also some infill challenges related to electrical and solid waste services. Oh goodness. I seem to have a turbo thumb this morning. Let's see. There we go. Comments that we received on design standards and guidelines included comments about the photos and graphics, some requests for clarifications regarding architectural details, and a question about why there were no industrial design guidelines. And I'll just add that there are no new industrial land uses proposed in the plan, so there was not the need to create industrial guidelines, and there were no industrial guidelines in the initial Tower District guidelines. So in response to all of those last round of public comments, staff is proposing some targeted changes to the Tower District specific plan and the design guidelines, and those are summarized here on this slide. Some photo replacements, some additional calling out of potential historic resources, 2 new policies to help remove barriers to infill development, and among others, and also some similar changes to the design guidelines, some clarifications on architectural details. And these are all included in your packet. They're included in staff recommendation as Exhibit D. Also included in your packet are land use change requests for your consideration. We received, there are 3, the first 3 are technical in nature, and the last 2 were property owner land use change requests that came as a result of the mailing. So I'll go over each of these. I realize it's sort of hard to see the numbers on the map, so I'll try and call out the location. The first one is on Belmont and almost at the railroad tracks. Reflects acquisition of properties along Belmont for public right-of-way. So that change would be removing the neighborhood mixed-use designation, and those sites are basically no longer available because they're part of the public right-of-way. Let's see. The second is a land use change, and this one, this one is in the southeast corner of the map that you're looking at. This was actually a proposal made at the council initiation to rezone half an acre property owned by the South Tower Community Land Trust from medium density residential to neighborhood mixed use. Staff intended to include that in the plan, but somehow it was not, so we're proposing that it be remedied here. Number 4 is a land use change from a property owner to maintain his current land use of community commercial rather than be designated to neighborhood mixed use. That one's on Palm and McKinley. And the last is a property owner request to maintain the current land use of commercial general rather than be designated to NMX. And that one is along Belmont. It's the second from the left there on the map. All of these changes can be accommodated within the scope of the EIR and do not cause housing capacity issues. And I will add that Planning Commission did recommend approval of all of these land use change requests. So that brings us to findings and staff recommendations. I will put into the record that Planning Commission at its November 5th meeting did recommend approval of all staff recommendations, including Exhibit D and the land use change request that you just saw. So this brings us to findings. Anytime a significant and unavoidable impact is identified, the lead agency must make findings of overriding consideration to justify project approval on the record. In this case, there is a significant and unavoidable recreation impact. In addition to these findings, the staff report includes the required Fresno Municipal Code findings, the general plan consistency findings, and housing-related findings. So these are the findings of overriding consideration that justify why the council should adopt this specific plan and override the recreation impact. And there we go again. And here's the staff recommendation summarized on this slide, but of course written in full in your staff report. It recommends approval of certification of the EIR, approval of amendments to repeal the Tower District, the 1991 Tower District specific plan and the 2005 Tower District design guidelines, approval of the Tower District specific plan and the Tower District design standards and guidelines, approval of the corresponding plan amendment to the general plan to make the general plan and the Tower District specific plan consistent, approval of the corresponding rezone for 138 acres, including the apartment overlay zone, approval of the final changes to the Tower District specific plan and the Tower District design standards and guidelines as detailed in Exhibit D, and authorization for the Planning and Development Director to update the text, policies, maps, tables, and exhibits contained in the document to reflect the final action of the council. So that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Sophia, for that thorough presentation. And thank you also to our committee members who are present today. I know you guys have put countless hours and thought and energy into this plan, and so we really appreciate your service as well. Before I bring it up to my colleagues, I'm going to take it out to the public. I do have some cards that folks have filled out that wish to comment on this specific agenda item. If you wish to comment on this item and have not yet filled out a yellow card, please do so now. Submit it to this blue basket in the front, and we'll call your name shortly. The first person I have is Soledad Freeman. Good morning, Soledad. If you can come up, you will have 3 minutes to discuss this item.
Good morning, Council. Thank you to the committee for all your hard work in getting this almost to the finish line. My name is Soledad Eufrasio Freeman. My reason for being before you is threefold. As a Tower District homeowner, as a parent of a student at John Muir Elementary, and as a staff member of South Tower Community Land Trust. So I wanted to highlight a couple of the areas of concern for me regarding this plan. First, to keep circulation along H Street and Weber Street. So being able to keep that ideal for bicycle and pedestrian traffic, especially as Fresno continues to fortify our tourism gem and focus on tourism and creating avenues to get to different places in Fresno, like from the zoo to downtown, and highlighting that corridor, wanting to make sure that there are accessible roads to get there. So these roads should include lighting that would allow pedestrians to walk safely, as well as protected bike lanes to keep these transportation methods safe from truck traffic that is currently being used. This would allow, as I mentioned, to allow more direct traffic from our downtown area, including the Amtrak station, to our local coffee shops that are a big gem that I know that you all frequent, to our bars, eateries, and our gems of local galleries and public art. Second, I want to highlight expanding the data collection and health assessment outcomes for our population, specifically closest to the industrial area that is affected by producers and patent air in South Tower. So highlighting noise and light pollution, while the Tower District specific plan did monitor noise. 3 of those locations, including the EIR, are nowhere near the industrial sites of producers and patent air. Not collecting noise pollution data caused by both of those entities doesn't create a baseline for that vulnerable population, like our students at John Muir and folks that are literally living right next door to those facilities. In my time that I did live on Roosevelt and Belmont, I was affected by the noise and truck and traffic and pollution of those areas of producers specifically. So I do know firsthand how that does affect a home. Additionally, the study of light pollution should also be included in the EIR to limit light pollution from bleeding into those residential areas. So yeah, I appreciate your consideration as we partner together to create an accessible and equitable Tower District for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Soledad. Next up, I have Kyle Lopez-Schmidt. Good morning, Kyle. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt, the Executive Director of the South Tower Community Land Trust. First, just want to shout out Sol. That was her first time commenting to City Council, and she did a really wonderful job, and I'm really proud of our team that we're growing. I grew up in the Tower District, specifically south of Olive, and our part of the neighborhood has different challenges than north of Olive and Tower District. We have a concentration of industrial uses. We're ringed by transportation projects from the railroad to the freeways. And in many ways, the 1991 plan sacrificed parts of our neighborhood for industrial growth. And you see that results in the studies included in the plan around air quality, traffic safety, home ownership, housing insecurity, food insecurity. All of those are concentrated in the south part of Tower District and around the fringes around Blackstone. So those were things that we're trying to address in our comments throughout this process, and many of them feel like they fell on deaf ears around mitigating the impact of industrial in our neighborhood with buffers, with street trees, with design standards. Industrial uses completely left out of the design standards, even though producers and patent air conditioning continue to do new expansion, which will come up to development permits that could have design standards to them, but have been completely left out. I'd like to highlight also that we're not about just complaining about these issues. We're really putting energy into developing our neighborhood. Just today, we're closing on the sale of our first affordable home in the neighborhood that'll be permanently affordable through the Community Land Trust owning the land but selling the improvements above. And that homeowner is going to get the keys either today or tomorrow. So really excited about that. We have another home next door that we're remodeling. We own a vacant piece of land that we appreciate Nelson Esparza motioning to be a mixed-use zone last period. But again, the city staff seemed to kind of ignore the things that we're trying to impact in the neighborhood, and it got left out of the study, whether intentionally or not. It kind of is this pattern of we're trying to make these impacts in the neighborhood, and they're not getting included in the plan. I'd also like to highlight the park access. We led the organizing around getting Broadway Parque established, provided a lot of ideas around increasing park access, including utilizing undergrounding the canal to be a trail, utilizing the rail corridors to be trails. None of those were included in the plan. And those are the ways that we're really going to be able to get at the 64 acres of park deficit that this neighborhood has. We currently have 1/3 of an acre per 1,000 residents, but we have 3 acres per 1,000 residents as the benchmark in the general plan. So we really need to be aggressive about establishing parks, and I think the plan could do more to identify those within the neighborhood. So really appreciate that, and really proud of what we're doing in the neighborhood, and hope that the city can do a little bit more on spurring that development. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Next up, Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chris Johnson. I live at 234 East Normal Avenue, and I'm the chair of the Tower District Specific Plan Committee, and wanted to be here today to encourage you to approve our efforts for the last 3.5 years and to move the project forward, and so we could start doing the real work, which is implementing it. I'm an architect and a 35-year resident of the Tower District and own several properties there, and give my blood, sweat, and tears to it and every day. So we are experiencing some challenges currently, but I will say the passion still remains in the tower, and the plan represents that today. I think our passion for the last 3.5 years to sustain this effort and to do what we needed to do to get this to you today is evident in the work that's been done. We took our time and spent a great deal of it making sure our community was heard, engaged, and participating. And the process, just our engagement process alone has already won an award for us as well in the city. With our hard work from our amazing city staff, with their endless energy, our implementation committee, with their attendance record that was unprecedented by a volunteer committee in the city, our businesses, which were steadfast and supportive, our citizens came out in unprecedented ways as well to be heard. We thank them all for their participation, and hopefully they all felt like they were heard. I know it's impossible to do everything for everyone, but we think we've done as much as we can with this one, and it's time to get it moving along through the process. Besides being passionate, Tower is a place of strength. It's a place of diversity. It's a place of unity. It's also a place of great neighborhood design. Our plan focuses on those features and works to preserve and strengthen them for our future. We have done our best and given it our all to provide this plan for you today. As the first plan did, we hope our new plan sets a new standard for the city of Fresno in how to plan for inner city neighborhoods and to keep them strong and vibrant into the future. It is our hope that this plan will support, maintain, and preserve the magnificent and unique community that makes up the Tower District for the future of the generations that will come to and continue to serve it. We feel very passionate about it. We're here today to stand for that. One of the things I do have to mention is not having our representatives here today that we voted for, they've been part of this process, is really difficult to take. I don't understand it, and I don't know why this doesn't happen with every property thing that happens in the city of Fresno. So with all due respect, I just feel really disheartened that they're not here to experience this with us today as well. So, but thank you, and appreciate the effort, and please support us in our effort. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, and hopefully you could take heart in the fact, knowing that your representatives wish they could be here, but are constricted by state law, which is prohibiting them from partaking in this matter. Next up, I have Armand Quinones. Good morning, sir. When you get up here, you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. My name is Herman Quillones, and I'm here on behalf of Salvatore Community Land Trust. I want to highlight a few key areas that have already been mentioned regarding the plan as well as the EIR. First, I want to reiterate the importance of zoning of the property of 604 North San Pablo Avenue. During the land use map initiation meeting, Councilmember Nelson Esparza made a motion to study 604 San Pablo for a rezone from RS5 to mixed use, and that motion was second and approved by council. Thank you, Sophia, for bringing that up in your presentation as well. This is important because this property is not only owned by South Tower CLT, but we have a plan and a goal to develop mixed use and community housing on the site. For example, phase 1 would include an urban farm, 6 for sale homes for first-time home buyers, earning 50 to 80% AMI. Phase 2 would also include additional affordable housing and a community building. So very important for us to have that rezone for our development. So we respectfully request that the previous council vote be honored and included in the final specific plan. Also want to ask for clarification on the potential housing loss that may result from the current plan proposal. Table 3B in the EIR, pages 3 to 21 for reference, states that 6 housing units will be removed. However, our review shows that a total of 23 existing housing units in the plan area are currently zoned industrial. This raises concerns, including why any existing homes should be removed to expand industrial uses, especially during a housing shortage, and we're in a housing shortage in Fresno. The lack of clear mitigations for homes that will become adjacent to industrial uses once the units are removed are extremely troublesome. Given the city's housing shortage and environmental justice priorities, we ask for clarification to reconsider these projected housing losses. In closing, just want to appreciate all the work that's gone to this plan. Thank you for the committees, the team went behind us. It's important for us to ensure that the plan reflects prior council action, direction, protects existing homes, residents, and supports thoughtful, community-driven development. And just for us, South Tower CLT, we remain committed to being a strong partner in creating a healthy and more equitable Tower District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Herman. Next up is Brooke Payton. Brooke? Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning. I'm here because I want to talk about a Tower District library to be a part of the Fresno County Public Library branch in the Tower District. This is a really important year. In May of 1975, the Gillis branch opened at its current location of Fruiton, Dakota. However, it had previously existed in the Tower District since 1940. This library has been around for 85 years. 50 of those years now have been outside of the Tower District. That creates a lack of equity. It creates a lack of health for our families and for our individuals who need the accommodations that a Fresno County Public Library would provide our citizens in the Tower District. I worked with the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee who listened to me, and they put me into a subcommittee for a Tower District library that then got rolled into Parks and Open Spaces. There were too many subcommittees. I also went to the Historical Preservation Subcommittee and talked about how restoring a Tower District library to the Tower District would be historical preservation. And we spoke about doing a Tower District Library and Museum nexus. It would provide a space for us to keep and preserve the history of the Tower District, as well as providing the amenities that the community needs. Things like safe spaces, community meeting spaces, supplemental education for all ages, not just the 5 elementary schools, the 1 middle school, and the 2 high schools, and the city college. There are people who struggle because they do not have access to computers, they do not have access to internet, they do not have access to the transportation that would get them to the other branches that are 3 miles away from us in either direction. In the rough draft, in Parks and Open Spaces 4.1, there is a policy for a Tower District library. When you vote to accept the rough draft, I desperately ask that you keep that in there, that you think about the fact that, yes, the city council cannot tell the County Board of Supervisors what to do, cannot tell the Fresno County Public Library what to do. But I can go to the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and say, the Tower District community supports this. They support it so much that they...
Thank you for your time, Brooke. Unfortunately, that concludes your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Next up, I have Elliot Bailey. Elliot. Good morning, Elliot. Hey, you have 3 minutes when you get on up here.
Good morning. My name is Elliot Bailey, and I represent the South Tower Community Land Trust. The word community has become a vague and devalued term in contemporary discourse, often used as a mere filler in laws, organizations, campaigns, and grant applications to sound good. Yet in reality, hope is scarce, a fact that manifests in many aspects in our daily lives. The development of the South Tower specific plan has been an extended process, but fundamentally, residents still feel their voices are neither seen nor heard. Their requests are direct and vital, addressing basic human needs. Air quality, solution to pollution, air pollution for better health. Education, a local library for learning. Nutrition, access to grocery stores with affordable fresh produce. Recreation, parks including indoor and outdoor options to accommodate seasonal weather for children's growth and development, and housing, affordable housing to establish a sense of place. While these requests are simple, the process has been extremely difficult, particularly for the underserved members of the community. The residents of this district deserve tangible action, and this specific plan represents the opportunity to begin enacting achievable solutions. The pride of the Tower District can be restored and uplifted by ensuring its residents are seen and heard, and this starts right here. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. Regardless of the outcome of this specific plan, South Tower Community Land Trust will continue to show up and advocate. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Those are all the yellow cards I have. Is anybody else in the audience wanting to speak on the Tower District specific plan? This would be your opportunity before we close public comment. Seeing nobody, we're going to close the public comment portion of this hearing and bring it back up here to the dais. I do have some council members punched up, starting with Councilmember Richardson. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Sophia, would you mind stepping back up, please? Thank you. First question, in regard to light pollution, the only time I found light pollution mentioned was in Table 3A, and it was in direct response to a comment. Was there any part of the EIR specifically dedicated to studying light pollution and the effects that this plan would have?
It is, but I want to clarify that the purpose of an EIR for a project or a plan is to study the impact of the plan compared to the existing conditions. So for example, with industrial light pollution, which was mentioned in the comments, there's no new industrial land use proposed or designated in the plan.
Okay, thank you. Next one, in the area that's outlined in red there, are there currently any traffic restrictions, anything restricting larger vehicles, commercial vehicles from transiting in any direction along those? And has there been any interest or future plans to put in any sort of traffic restrictions, limiting it just to single-person or single-family vehicles?
Not that I'm aware of, but can you clarify the area that you're speaking of?
Sure.
Just the Tower District, within the Tower District boundary. We do have Public Works here. They may have some additional detail, but not that we're aware of.
Okay. Jill, would you mind answering that after Sophia? Thank you.
Yes.
We'll come back to that one. So I noticed also on the specific plan, it talks about Olive and Belmont Avenue heading west from Palm for increased access to Roding Park. Outside of just those arrows, are there any ideas for how we're going to improve access? Is it going to be kind of like a shuttle thing? Is it going to be a people mover and bigger sidewalks?
The idea is to start that conversation.
Okay.
Shuttles, pedestrian overpass. The idea is to start the conversation.
All right. Can you speak more to the proposed mixed-use area that was pointed out, I believe, on San Pablo? Or any ideas for that, renderings, anyone who wants to move in there, what the plan to make that look like is?
Oh, that is the project that's being worked on by the South Tower Community Land Trust.
Yeah.
So I think they would be better equipped to speak about that, but I do know it is a mixed-use project.
Okay. And finally, I noticed we have a lot of great areas, and actually you and I sat down and worked through the addition of a park, or a pocket park even, in these proposed areas, how that would expand the 10-minute walkability from a family with kids to get to that park and be able to go recreate. Outside of just the, hey, this is a good idea for a park, have we worked with the Parks Department or made any further steps into actually getting those put in, or are they still just kind of proposed circle areas on a map?
The Parks Department is aware and was brought into the planning process, and they are aware of the request that this Tower District specific plan would make, and they, I understand they would be considering those sites as they budget for new park sites.
Okay, and that's going to be what, bucket 2 Measure P money next round? Interim Council President, I believe. Okay. Thank you. And I think as of now, that is all I had. Jill Gormley, would you mind joining us for a second? Thank you, Sophia.
Yes.
Other than the one-way streets that we know we have in Tower, outside of that, are there any other traffic restrictions for volume, size of vehicle, anything like that that currently exist, or any interest in doing that with this new plan?
There are designated truck routes throughout the study area, the project study, the tower study area. We've looked at changing the truck routes in the southwest area, part of the city, the 617 study area, but we haven't extended that to the whole city yet.
Okay, would you mind pointing where those out are for me?
Truck
Most
routes?
of my experience in Tower was growing up as a kid, so not driving commercial vehicles. If you wouldn't mind for me and some other folks just pointing out where those are, please.
Sure. Right now, our designated truck routes are along Shields, McKinley, Palm, and Belmont. Excuse me, and Blackstone.
And proposed altered routes, moved routes, changing of those routes?
My understanding is the plan is not changing any of those routes or planning to change any of those routes at this time.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
All righty, next up I have Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. I do just want to say again a thank you to the committee who did the very heavy lifting over the course of a long period of time to take that input and crafted this document, as well to the staff. Obviously, a lot of hard work went into this. We have kind of a jumbled process here because of I think the council's ties to the Tower District are reflected here, obviously, in the conflicts that occurred. And I'm grateful, at least, for the continuity of myself and Councilmember Maxwell, who did participate in the last one. Could have been 3 out of the 4 up here who did not participate the last time around. At least we got two out of 4. But here we are, nevertheless. I'm by chance, the designated member of the Tower Caucus who gets to participate and be here. It's a lot of pressure to a degree, but I think staff has made it relatively easy by packaging it all together, including some of the changes that we discussed last time. We heard from the chair. They're in full support of the recommendation, so I foresee kind of a slam dunk here, just based on how neatly this is. Doesn't look too messy. I did have a few questions just with respect to some of the public comments that we had heard, and also just going over the motions. I appreciate the 604 North San Pablo. I was wondering about that initially because I didn't see it included in the map, but that is part of the recommendation to include that as part of the motion.
Yes, those were actually part of the Planning Commission resolutions that were attached to your report. Yes.
Great. And then just looking back at going back to the first meeting was about a year ago now, I think. Can't believe that. There were a few other motions. I don't think I made all of them, and I don't remember who all made them. But there was initiating the designation of Lower Fulton Van Ness District in the area bounded by Olive, Poplar, Elizabeth, and Van Ness as historic districts pursuant to Fresno Municipal Code Section 12-1610A.
Yes, and that is included. Those were the proposed historic study areas that were on the conservation map that I showed in the presentation.
Great. There it is. Thank you. And then rezoning all the properties facing Blackstone Avenue from McKinley Avenue to Bramer, omitting the portion of Susan B. Anthony Elementary, which fronts Blackstone Avenue, to the corridor/center mixed-use zone.
Correct. That's included.
Yeah. And then adding, I think this was addressed, adding additional park opportunity areas for study at the following general locations: Olive Calaveras, Echo Thomas, Fruit Home, Belmont Van Ness, Poplar Klondike.
Yes, those are included.
Great, yeah. And then the San Pablo property was addressed. So with respect to some of the public comments we had heard, kind of working backwards, obviously the city is not in a position to create a library, but I mean a library would be, if there was one to be included within these boundaries, it'd have to be zoned public facilities, the property.
It could probably, it would be compatible in a number of zone districts.
Such as?
Depending on the size, really, it could potentially fit in neighborhood mixed use, maybe commercial Main Street, but I think public facility would be an appropriate district as well, land use.
Okay. And then, I mean, has staff engaged the county at all about any of these discussions, or is this?
We haven't yet, but the plan strongly encourages the city to advocate for a library, and there is a policy that was mentioned by Ms. Payton, policy 4.1, that does sort of cheer on the establishment of a library in the Tower District.
Okay. And I mean, because looking at we don't know exactly which type of zoning would be required depending on what a potential project would look like. But it looks like all the public facility zonings are existing schools and public institutions already. So it's not like we set aside, like we have any idea or set aside any property. It's all obviously privately owned by someone, right? Some future library is privately owned by some property owner or owners. And I mean, just to clarify, we are going to pass this plan. And we have lots of plans here at the city. We have the general plan and a lot of different specific plans. In the event that obviously that something like that were to occur and there were a zoning change, the council reserves the right to potentially rezone property or properties to accommodate a library.
Yes, I mean, that would be a council decision. And just to clarify, a use such as a library would be allowed in neighborhood mixed use, as well as the limited amount of commercial zoning in the tower. There's a lot of neighborhood mixed use, so there's a good chance that
it wouldn't require
it wouldn't require it. Yes.
Yeah, it might fit neatly into based on the proposed plan.
Yes.
Okay. And then going back to the clarification on the housing units being removed, the confusion by the public between either 6 units or 23 housing units, can you provide some clarity on that?
Yes, I'm going to call our environmental consultant to explain that since it was mentioned in the EIR. But I do want to say that adoption of a plan, a specific plan, does not require any property owners to change their uses, demolish their uses. As long as the use was legally established prior to plan adoption, the use may stay in perpetuity. So I want to clarify that. There is also no eminent domain, acquiring non-conforming properties that occurs with plan adoption. So can you repeat? We may need a minute to confer on that one. That was in the housing and population chapter, a statement that 6 housing units would be lost, Kyle. Yeah, well, if you wouldn't mind giving us a minute to confer on that one, but let me take the rest of your questions.
Sure. Yeah, I think that was for the most part my last one. Just as they look it up, I just want to express my gratitude to all the hard work that went into this. It certainly was not an easy lift. So appreciative, and I think it's a historic day that we've gotten to this point, and hopefully we get to pass a specific plan today. Actually, I did think of one quite looking at the map here. I know there were comments or some sort of public advocacy in opposition to the down zoning in these historic zones. That didn't change; those remained the same.
The plan does propose to adjust the zoning from RS5 to RS4, and that's because one of our criteria for the zoning adjustments in the plan was to better match the existing uses on the ground. So that was the justification for that.
Yeah, so it remains medium-low density as proposed, despite the...
It remains, it would be changed from medium density to medium-low to match what's on the ground.
Correct, okay.
Yeah.
All right, do we have an answer yet?
I don't know that we do. I will say that there are some residential units within the industrial zoning, and that hasn't proposed to, the plan does not affect that. But if you wouldn't mind giving us maybe just a couple minutes to confer on that.
Does the consultant need more time, or would you like to come up?
Yep. Oh, do you have it? Yeah. Okay, all right. Looks like he's ready.
Hi, Kyle Simpson, LSA, prepared the EIR. The references to non-conforming uses that are already existing within the specific plan area, the proposed, the reference to 6 residential units being removed from the plan, that has to do with...
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone, Kyle?
Sorry.
Thank you, appreciate that.
The reference was to 6 residential units being removed as a result of the plan. Those are legal non-conforming uses that are currently there. The reference to additional uses that are going to be removed, those are houses that are going to remain in perpetuity. They're not going to be removed, as Sophia mentioned. So they can still exist. It's just that the plan had a more conservative analysis to account for the total number of units.
Sure, okay. Yeah, notwithstanding some future project, yeah.
On balance, there's, 537 additional units being as a result of the plan overall.
Sure, oh yeah, vast net benefit in terms of housing potential, housing capacity.
Yep.
Thank you.
Will that conclude your remarks, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I will. I'm building this plan as I'm flying it because I did not know I'd be participating today. I knew there was a small chance, 1 in 4. So I do want to make a motion to approve, but there was a lot of bells and whistles attached. I don't have any language for that. Yeah, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to approve staff's recommendation in short. The proposed plan, the proposed land use changes, those 5, the whole package that was presented.
Have a motion by Councilmember Esparza to approve as recommended.
Second.
Have a second by Councilmember Richardson. We still do have Councilmember Vang punched up, though, at this time, so I'm going to hand the floor to him.
Thank you very much, Interim President Tyler Maxwell. Sophia, thank you very much for the presentation. And again, thank you for presenting this workshop or this presentation to my office and me before today's meeting. Prior to coming in here, my question has always been the procedure in terms of reaching out to the community, and I hear you guys loud and clear today in terms of how intensive and extensive and how important it is to get input from the 20,000 or so community members who live in this Tower District that will be impacted by today's City Council decision. And so I am appreciative of the outreach, the pop-ups, the community workshops, tabling, social media, survey, mailers, canvassing. It sounds like it was a wholehearted campaign reaching to 20,000 people. And I heard the people here today loud and clear, and also Mr. Brannick, your submission, public comment through email. I heard that loud and clear too as well. The demographics that was presented in this workshop reflects what the history of the Tower District is, and equally important moving forward, what these 20,000 wants, what the Tower District looks in the next 20, 40, or even 50 years, and that should be the case because I live in Southeast Fresno, and so in terms of what decision that is being made by the council today will have indirect impact on me, not as much as the 20,000, and so I take your concerns near and dear to my heart. I also share your concerns, sir, about your city council member being unable to sit here and to voice the opinions of your representative to your constituents. But I also understand that our hands are tied, and because of the procedures, policies, laws that are involved, unfortunately, he was the first one to draw, and he drew the green card, I believe. And so I do share your concern. This decision, if remove any of those obstacles, should be made and be heard by the council member representing you, and hear the opinions or the reasoning that would lead to such decision. But I understand your frustration in the process, but I understand that it has to be what it is. It's Sacramento that controls more or less of how processes are being conducted here at City Hall. I have a question for City Attorney. Being that we are missing 3 of my colleagues due to conflict of interest, and so they have recused themselves. I believe the resolutions number 4 and number 5 indicated that it's subject to mayor's veto. Now, generally, it would require 5 council members to override the mayor's veto. I don't believe, and I don't presume to understand or even guess what the mayor's position on this, but just for the sake of practices, I'm new on the council here, so I wanted to get your opinion as to there's only 4 city council members addressing this topic, and so is there a city ordinance or is there a resolution if we were to, let's say, have the mayor's veto in this item?
A good question, council member. Our office is looking at it. We've sought advice from FPPC. We haven't heard back yet. This is a very nuanced issue that I think we still need time to take a look at.
Okay.
Council, so our city attorney, I may just follow up on your question. Have we determined it's subject to veto? This is a land use issue. And would I plan amendment? I didn't see that. I mean, I can't speak for the mayor. I think he, yeah, I couldn't speak for him, but I.
So,
here we are.
Yeah, adoption of specific plans are subject to veto.
as well as the design guidelines. So those two items would be subject to veto.
Thank you for clarification.
The November 7th, 2024 council meeting, which was the last time this matter was presented before City Council. At that time, the minutes reflected that Arias, Maxwell, Bradfield, and Esparza were on the dais, and Perea, Carbasi, and Chavez recused themselves. A little bit of tangent note to that, the motions that my colleague Esparza mentioned earlier, those were motioned by Councilmember Arias on November 7, 2024. So I wanted to give credit to where credit is due a year ago. But the question that I posed to City Attorney, I believe, I don't know what the resolution was back then, whether that was subject to the mayor's veto. And so if it was, this issue may have been addressed back then. But here we are today. Again, sections 4 and 5 resolutions, again, subject to the mayor's veto. And you stated that the state has not given an answer as to how we should address this in the future if we are encountered with the hypothetical situation that I posed?
That's correct. And if the council wants a decision today, I just need a couple minutes to recess and confer with staff, with my staff. We are actively having those discussions right now, but if you wanted a decision today, I can get you one.
Can we ask the city manager if she knows of any intention of this to be vetoed?
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, I was punching up to say, obviously, I can't tell you 100% because the mayor needs to consider, but we have had no conversations about vetoing this action. I believe mayor supports the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that. The question, I would like an answer to that down the road when we can, in case if this body again encounters a similar situation. I don't have any properties in the Tower District. That's why I'm here. But in the future, if there is a situation very similar to this, at least if we get the answer in the foreseeable future, we know what the answer is once we encounter that. But I'm confident moving on with the motion that is on the floor and second of the motion on the floor. Thank you very much, Interim President.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang, and I think an important point to have clarification on as we move forward, especially with 1439 requirements incumbent upon us now. Sophia, if you wouldn't mind coming up one last time, please. I know that some of my colleagues that represent the Tower District are not here today, but I presume throughout this process they've had an opportunity to weigh in and provide some feedback as this plan became formed and presented to us today, or is that not allowed?
Are you asking about
Arias and Perea, whether they've had an opportunity to?
They have, I believe they were in office when the resolution establishing the implementation committee was adopted. That was Resolution 21-147, but nothing other than kind of formal participation. I mean, as you know, on the dais.
They haven't indicated anything to you to
Yes.
lead you to believe that they would oppose staff's recommendation?
No, I mean we've kept their offices updated as to the process and progress of the plan, but that's it.
Appreciate it. My only other question, not for you. Thank you, Sophia. I know we heard from the chairman, but Myra, you're the only person I know on the committee personally, and I trust your character and your judgment as you give this the seal of approval moving forward. Would you like to come forward? Only if you want to. I know you've worked really hard on this, Myra. We've talked about it offline.
No, I really did not want to come forward. But the point I would like to make is that the members of the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee were all appointed by our respective city council members, which I think indicates that they had some confidence in what we would be doing and what our plan would be. So I feel pretty, I was appointed by Miguel Arias. I feel pretty confident that he would agree with what we've done, and I'm sure the other committee members feel the same way.
I appreciate that. Yeah. And I won't put you on the spot any longer. All righty, we have a motion by Esparza and a second by Richardson on the table for consideration. Any other discussion on this item? I don't have anybody else punched up. Any opposition to the motion on the table? Seeing none, the item passes 4-0. All righty. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. We are going to have our remaining colleagues come back at this time. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to our other the 9:15 a.m. item, I just wanted to entertain, go back to the consent calendar discussion. And I believe the Council Vice President had a little clarification.
Thank you, Council President. I want to just clarify and remake my motion to approve the consent calendar with the following revision to item 2X as an X-ray. The motion would be to approve the resolution 2X with the downtown loop corridor amended to encompass the area from H Street and Divisadero to Echo between Divisadero and to Belmont. The city clerk has the exact language as well, so that's my motion to approve the consent calendar agenda with that revision to 2X.
Is there a second to that motion? We'll still have discussion, but second by Council Member Perea. Okay, we're going to actually take public comment now on all contested consent, as well as closed session items. I do have some cards up here. Let's see. Give me a moment, please. And again, if you want to speak on consent or contested consent or closed session items, you can submit a card right up here in that blue basket. First, I have, and forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Josiah Zuniga. Bernard, there's a card over there. And when you come on forward, just please identify the item you're speaking on. Thank you.
Good morning. It's pronounced Hosian, actually.
What is it?
Hosian.
Hosian.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's all right. Don't worry. I know it's a weird
couldn't
one.
tell the spelling. Hosian. Thank you.
But good morning, City Council. Good morning, everyone still here today. I'm a constituent of District 1, so I want to talk here today on behalf of the amendments regarding the stationary sidewalk vendors. I want to express my opposition today. I think these amendments are unjustly targeting and singling out street vendors in the Tower District who are an integral component of what makes the community so vibrant. As I understand, there have been some safety concerns and sanitary concerns as well, which brought up these policy proposals. Thankfully, the initial proposed ban is no longer on the table. However, I want to stress that whether it be the ban or this new citation structure, these punitive measures are not the solution to building a safer and harmonious community. On the contrary, it destabilizes the sense of belonging and further creates a sense of fear and distrust between the community, the vendors who are trying to make a living, and the local government. We, and especially you as the leaders of our city, need to work alongside the people who make Tower a wonderful place to live, by investing resources and fostering relationships with the community. For example, if trash is a concern, then maybe it may be a worthwhile investment to add more trash cans, or working with local orgs to provide some sort of education to the street vendors so that they're compliant. Or even creating a community safety task force that specializes in de-escalation strategies to address safety concerns, which will then reduce the caseload and concentration of Fresno PD in the Tower District, which I know has also been highlighted in the past. Whatever alternative is taken, we're ready to meet and we're ready to discuss how we can continue to make Tower a thriving and vibrant community. And then the last thing I'll say is, as someone who lives right on Olive, very close to a lot of what's going on in Tower and very close to these street vendors, please stop pushing away my dinner options. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. The next card I have is by Dennis Nard. Mr. Nard, if you'd come on up. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, 2 cards with that name. Okay. All right, you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. First came before this board about regarding something that started about 2 years ago, which was an apartment complex in our neighborhood. That came to a decision this summer with a decision by the court that the Fresno Planning Department failed to do their job properly. Almost exactly 1 year ago, I came across this text amendment in the notices, and it was my determination that this again removed another level of protection from the citizens in the entire city of Fresno in planning process. They are, after much debate, this has come to you a couple of times. There were some concessions made, which we appreciate. And in the June meeting, Mr. Esparza put forward a motion that we thought might be satisfactory, which removed the ministerial component from the matter. We had asked for some additional matters to be addressed, namely some areas around the Sierra Sky Park. We did not get much feedback on that, and until the last meeting, when Mr. Carbasi, Council President Carbasi, advised us that this would be covered by the Airport Commission, and he presented some documentation for that. We were hoping, however, that this could be included in the text amendment, but were advised that it was a material change which would delay things dramatically. However, at the last meeting, Councilmember Esparza changed his mind, and the ministerial approval all of a sudden is back in the motion. In addition, height limits on several items were back in the motion. Zoning changes were also added. It's not clear how these are not material changes. You ask us to trust you with that you're going to take better care of us than we think we can. Trust is earned. We've consistently seen promises from the city of Fresno, we're going to fix your street, we're going to resurface your street, we're going to build a park on a timely basis. For the past 30 years, we've been listening to these things. One of the things that we have learned and that we're moving forward with is if there's one thing that's true is you can't trust the city of Fresno. We asked the planning department a couple of questions, whether you would build next to an empty lot. The answer was no. And the other question was why? He says, well, I live in Clovis. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I have Tom Griffin. Mr. Griffin, need you come up? You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members.
Morning,
Tom
sir.
Griffin, 3836 West Fresno. I just have some information from both the compatibility policies and criteria for Fresno Council of Governments, as well as specific information in an appendix of that for Sierra Sky Park Airport development. So the reason for providing this information is to have you consider, strongly consider, and we would request that you consider removing and writing it on the map from the ministerial amendment. This piece of property at Herndon and Brawley, which is in the inner approach zone, inner turning zone of Sierra Sky Park Airport. And the criteria for this is based on the fact that the FAA regulations specifically exclude building above 35 feet in the inner turning zone. I have maps of the airport influence area as well as the inner turning zone for your examination. But this is the inner turning zone which the pilots use for their final approach to the landing or even takeoff of that runway, because they can land and take off both directions. So if you leave this partial in the ministerial amendment, your 45 feet height limitation, which was amended at the last meeting, is not FAA compliant for this piece of property and presents all kinds of difficulties. So the inner turning zone is the area that encompasses where the aircraft turn from the base to the final approach legs of the standard traffic pattern or descending from traffic pattern altitude. It also includes area departing aircraft normally complete the transition from takeoff and flap settings to a climb mode and begun to turn on their en route heading. We happen to be in zone 3, where we're talking about this piece of property, and that's in the inner turning zone. So that does fall in within that 35-foot height limitation. The infill development also talks about it has to meet all criteria for infill, one of which is at least 65% of the site's perimeter is bounded, disregarding roads, by existing uses similar to or more intensive than those proposed. So that's all included in here for you to download and look at. For residential development, the average development density, dwelling units per gross acre of the project site, shall not exceed the average density represented by all existing lots that lie fully or partially within a distance of 300 feet from the boundary of the parcel to be divided. Within 300 feet or 100 yards are single home, single story private residences within that area. For non-residential development, the average land use intensity, number of people per gross acre of the sites proposed, shall not exceed the lesser of the average intensity of all existing uses that lie fully or partially within a distance of 300 feet from the boundary. So the Airport Land Use Commission's intent is that parcels eligible for infill development just be determined once, and they apparently cannot be reviewed again. So we would, again, respectfully ask that you consider removing this specific piece of property from the ministerial amendment, and keeping in mind the air traffic safety measures that this would affect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to open up the debate on this item until we actually hear it, but I think a lot of the concerns raised were actually addressed, but I'll make sure on the record we state again that parcel and how it's exempt from this policy effectively based on FAA and Airport Land Use Commission requirements. We'll state it once again to be clear, because I know a lot of misinformation has been making its way through the neighborhood. Next, we have Debbie Nard.
Hi, Debbie Nard, 3550 West Spruce Avenue. We've worked very hard on this text amendment, come to a lot of meetings. A lot of meetings were canceled, which caused a lot of work for us on this, like 5 or 6 of them. The housing element that this text amendment is based on is illegal based on the fact that all socioeconomic groups were not notified as specifically required by California law. It specifically states that all housing elements, there has to be a diligent effort to include these, and that was not done. It states it in your own paperwork. We're not that, I mean, I am concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about our neighborhood. I'm also concerned about the ministerial. We lost that component last meeting. We fought very hard for that. We had tons of people, including attorneys, that spoke very passionately about this. The power that you give away is really our power to have you represent us and appeal things if they can be appealed. So I think most people don't even know about this text amendment. We found it buried at this exactly 1 year ago today during the holidays when they don't want you to find it. And unfortunately, it seems that a lot of this stuff does occur at this time of the year. So we are very upset that the ministerial was taken away. Also, I think that all builders will build to the maximum, especially in affordable housing. So I don't think there are any off-ramps. And that's just a thing to fool us into thinking that an appeal can be made. It was very correct that that will end up as being the same situation as the Prospect property, which we've already learned the hard way. Finally, there are several properties in the sphere of influence at the airport that has, as previously said, cannot be over, they cannot be over 35 feet, so they shouldn't even be in the text amendment, and they shouldn't be on the map for the text amendment. And I called planning day before yesterday, and she says, well, they're just a suggestion. Well, things on the map become problems because when people see them on the map, they think they can do it. We just said that we didn't trust the city, and they took away our ministerial that we fought so hard for. And then, right after that, this comes up. So we would like the properties removed from the map and from the text amendment because we don't want problems like we've had before. The Sierra Sky Park is an asset to the community. It's been there long before anybody else was, and we really need this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is the lunch hour. We're going to come back at 1:30. I have several more cards. People will be afforded the opportunity to speak, and then we'll, of course, move back onto the consent calendar and then back to our 9:15 a.m. item. Thank you all. We'll see you at 1:30. The consent and closed session items. I do have some more cards. I have Alfred A. here to speak. Alfred, and following Alfred will be Julia Pacheco.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, everyone in attendance. My name is Alfred Luis Aldretti. I was born and raised here in the Central Valley all of my life. I've lived here in Fresno, mainly the Tower District, for the last decade. I'm here representing not only the Tower residents and the rest of the city public. But here representing our local group that me and my brother started in the Tower District, named Fresno Resistance. Just really briefly, we believe that the street vendors are a core part of our Tower community and its economic vibrancy, and they belong in the Tower District. I can tell you that they operate during the late hours in which most and all businesses are closed or have their kitchens closed. And so they are key to feeding the public at those times and keeping people and their business within the Tower District. I do believe that attaching violence as one of the key reasons for the ban in the first place was extremely irresponsible to City Council, especially that we didn't have any connection between the two evidence-wise, that they were correlated or in relation. We feel that raising pricing on fines for the vendors found in violation of the guidelines is not a way to help the vendors or the public. We actually are urging our City Council to kind of imagine ways that we can work with our city vendors to help make sure that the symbiotic relationship between the public and our vendors continues to exist. Ideas like if the city was working with the vendors by any chance to help them, and the ones that have taken the time to get permitted and that do abide by the guidelines operate, we would make sure, like I said, that symbiotic relationship between the vendors and the public continues to exist. One of the key reasons I was reading that a lot of the businesses have problems with the vendors is mainly trash. Noticing that in the Tower District strip alone, we only have like 4 public trash receptacles. So introducing more trash cans is an idea that we already kind of addressed earlier, but it would definitely help in the reduction of trash in the Tower District, along with kind of implementing, which our group is starting to, more of a trash pickup or help with all the other businesses in the area, just so we can keep our public and our vendors who are just everyday people like us here, continuing to help them provide money for their bills and their living, along with keeping our public happy. Many of us, like I said, in the Tower District, look at these figures as after-hour options for our dinners or our late-night snacks. They're important to us, and we feel that the city should be working with the vendors, not against them. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Ms. Pacheco if she's still here. And while she's coming up, I just want to point out to those of you from Leadership Fresno that are here today, you're very welcome. I wonder for how many of you this is your first time in this chamber, but hopefully one day you'll be sitting up here as well, representing your neighborhoods. Thank you for that. So, thank you. Is Ms. Pacheco here? Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, Andrea Vasquez. Ms. Vasquez, are you here? Okay. Joe Sanders. Mr. Sanders, you'll have 3 minutes. Come on forward. Please just identify the item you're speaking on.
Pardon me?
Oh, please just identify the item you're speaking on, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
The decision to move the porter services for the city garages in-house.
Okay.
Rather than my
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I thought this was because it didn't have an item. This was unscheduled communication. We'll call you up later on during the meeting.
Okay.
I thought it was one of the pulled items. My apologies. Thank you for your patience on that. Paula, well, hold on. That one is the T-bit item. That's coming up later. Come back to that one. Allison Smith. Yep. And after Allison is Ryan Sherman.
Okay, just give me 1 moment. Let me pull up my...
Before you speak, does that box in front belong to anybody? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. And JR, who are you? I'm kidding. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. Okay. I was going to say good morning, but it's obviously not morning anymore. My name is Allison Smith. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Global Kratom Coalition. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and came out to see you all to discuss the proposed kratom ordinance that you guys are looking at. My nonprofit focuses on creating regulated access to natural kratom and banning concentrated synthetic substances such as 7-OH. I'm here today in opposition of the language as written and asking you respectfully to amend that language. Currently, your ordinance would ban any product containing kratom, including natural kratom leaf, which is responsibly used by approximately 23 million Americans and 3 million Californians. Importantly, this ordinance explicitly exempts psychoactive natural kava, but does not exempt natural kratom products, even though Fresno County corrected this on Tuesday. This means the city is proposing to protect access to kava while banning access to other natural plants that millions use, a proposal, again, that your own county looked at fixing. So there's just a little bit of inconsistency there. Natural kratom has been safely used for centuries in Southeast Asia, and it's been used in the United States since the 1970s. And I'm willing to bet that most of you haven't even heard of kratom until recently. And that's because there are bad actors who are taking a specific alkaloid in natural kratom. They are concentrating it and enhancing it into the powerful substances such as 7-OH. These manipulated products are the cause of the 6 deaths that we're seeing in LA County earlier, and they are a danger to the public and need to be the focus of your regulation, not natural kratom products. These are 2 entirely different items, and they need to be treated as such. Earlier this year, the federal government made an announcement to add 7-OH to the Schedule 1 of the CSA. However, the FDA commissioner has repeatedly since then said that they are not trying to target natural kratom products. The Fresno ordinance conflicts with the guidance from federal government. Additionally, that threw me off. State legislature is looking at regulation of natural kratom. They are considering it as soon as the next legislative session. Additionally, there are regulations at the local level, such as Orange County, Riverside, Laguna Niguel, Huntington Beach, Irvine, and Santa Cruz have already addressed this. Fresno County was looking at a blanket ban, and after hearing testimony from advocates and experts, they decided to amend this language. If you're looking for guidance, I recommend establishing a 2% threshold for 7-OH products. This is a differentiation between natural kratom and concentrated lab-created products that are currently proliferating in the market and, again, should not be sold. They need to be prohibited. Require clear labeling requirements. Natural kratom producers and products proudly display their alkaloid content because they do not want to be affiliated with the concentrated 7-OH products. Require packaging that isn't attractive to children. If you look at these products, they're pretty blatant in what they're trying to sell. I'm happy to provide resources and follow-up information, and I will let you guys ask any questions if you need them.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Ryan Sherman. Ryan, are you still here? On the same issue. After we have Pedro Martinez. Oh, I'm sorry, you are here. Okay.
All good. Thank you, Council President. My name is Ryan Sherman. I'm with the California Narcotic Officers Association. We're here in support of any measure that would ban 7-OH. We've been working with city councils and boards of supervisors around the state, asking them to please take action against this very dangerous and addictive and deadly drug. Actually, we'd be in complete support of this measure, and even with the adjusted or the requested amendments mentioned by Ms. Smith and her group. We don't see that kratom is an issue, at least with our organization, our members. The natural just doesn't seem, it's like a mild, it's like caffeine. The kratom plant is part of the coffee tree family, and we don't see the big issues with kratom that we've seen with 7-OH. So, LA, there's a story in the LA Times this morning about a number of people who have died in that county as a result of 7-OH, not kratom. And most of the articles that you see and the research that's been done and presented, it talks about kratom, but they're actually referring to 7-OH for all the dangerous things. So that's kind of our issue. The FDA, as was mentioned, is banning or getting ready to ban 7-OH. They've asked the DEA to place it on Schedule 1, and they're not doing anything about kratom. We're kind of doing the same thing here in California with our association and working with the legislature in Sacramento and trying to get AB 1088 passed by Assemblymember Jasmine Baines. Got out of the Assembly 76-0, and it's very similar to the proposals we've had enacted in Orange County, Riverside, getting ready to do it in Santa Cruz and a number of cities. So anyhow, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I got a whole thing I could go through, but it sounds like my time's up. So, all right. Well, I think I kind of covered most of it, but again, we've been on a daily basis, our dedicated members witness firsthand the dangers these substances can pose to our children, families, and communities, which is why the CNOA urges you to please prohibit the sale and distribution of concentrated synthetic 7-OH in Fresno. And for these reasons, we respectfully request your support for the ordinance.
Thank you very much for your time. And again, if anybody would like to speak on consent, contested consent, or closed session items, please do fill out a card and put it in that box. Unscheduled communication will be heard at a different time. The next speaker is Pedro Martinez, if Mr. Martinez is here, followed by Kiki Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Pedro Martinez with Leadership Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on item 2J, the ministerial text amendment. Although we appreciate the city's efforts to expand housing opportunities, we continue to have serious concerns. The amendments have bigger and major gaps. It does not ensure the affordable and multi-family housing to be built in high-resource neighborhoods, nor does it add safeguards to prevent further constructions of high-density development in areas like South Central and South Fresno that are already oversaturated. Without these protections, vulnerable communities face disproportionate impacts, despite assurance that the amendments will not harm them. Further amendments are needed for the city to adequately address its urgent housing needs and to continue being compliant with the housing element law. We strongly urge the city to reconsider the current amendments and revise it with an equity lens and including complementary policies such as inclusionary zoning, ordinance that would allow affordable units to be built when market rate housing is built. So thank you for your time and your commitment to serving the whole community. We look forward to continue this work in creating equitable policies and housing solutions that advance the needs of all residents. Thank you.
Next, we have Kiki Rodriguez, if you are here. Oh, yes, thank you. And again, this is the last card I have. If anyone wants to speak on anything on consent, contested consent, or closed session, please do fill out a card. This will be the time to do that.
What is that, consent, so this?
Oh, you're free to go, yes.
Oh, okay, so I hear all this talk about the tower and everything, but I was wondering, what about the neighborhood right there on Belmont and right where the overpass, you guys made that overpass. I don't know if it's you guys are high-speed railing, but I wanted to do, scare me, like an improvement in that neighborhood, because we're still there in the 300 block of Fruit. We got, it's right, Belmont and Fruit, right by the Roding Park entrance. The whole neighborhood right there, the only time we were in the news or in anybody was when you guys did the injunction. City put the injunction back in 2004, and we just been there, we're seeing all this high-speed rail go through, we're seeing the park expanding, but what about the neighborhood right there? Either fix the neighborhood or buy us out, or, because we even got diesel semi-trucks running through our neighborhood to a business that's right there on the 300 block of Fruit. And it's, the air's bad, and then you guys took down our neighborhood store and built a school right there, and we can't even put our kids in that school, that new school that's being built across from the park. That was our neighborhood store, so now we got to walk even further. And there's no crosswalks, there's no street lights right there. The streeting, as soon as you come over the hill, we guess took our underpass, made it overpass. As soon as you come, as soon as you come over the hill, we live right there, the first block, you turn left, and it's like the traffic's all messed up. It's like, I don't know if it's you guys or high-speed railing or Caltrans, but it's bad living right there. And there's no street lights, it's dark. We're just there like a little, when everybody's building around us, so it's like either help us fix the streets or, buy us out. Because they're all homeowners, everybody on that block. The neighborhood, everybody owns a home. So that's about it. That's all I have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was probably unscheduled. Please, you're good to go. So if anyone wants to speak on any consent, contested consent, or closed session, this will be your time. Please fill out a card. Anyone else left on consent, contested consent? No, not yet. We're unscheduled. You snuck in. Okay, we're going to end that portion. We're going to go back to the balance of the agenda. So going back to the consent calendar, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended by the Council Vice President? Second. Any opposition?
Council President?
Yes, sir.
I would like to register a quiet no vote on 2Z.
Okay.
Zeta.
With one no vote on 2Z. Okay. Quiet no vote. Any others?
I'll register loud no votes on 2 Juliet, 2 Alpha Alpha, and 2 Zulu.
I believe Julia has been pulled.
Perfect.
And then AA was, right, fine, and then 2Z you said?
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Okay. I'll register a quiet no vote. I'll be quiet on this one on 2Z as well. So, any opposition to the balance of the agenda? There being none, the agenda, despite the agenda, with consideration for the 3 noes from council members Esparza, myself, and Richardson, pass 7-0. Thank you. So before we go to contest the consent, and we also have a 9:15 a.m. hearing, we've had our folks here waiting so patiently. We apologize for that. Thank you for doing so. We're going to give the floor now to the mayor and city manager for Sikh Heritage Month. And again, thank you so much for being patient with us.
Thank you, Council President. And I don't know if the city manager is coming down here, but I do know that JR is one of our liaisons for the Office of Community Affairs, is going to be assisting. But I get the opportunity today, along with really the City Council, to be able to recognize and to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno. We value our diversity in Fresno. We're the 9th most diverse city in the entire United States, and a rich part of that diversity is our Sikh community. And we respect and honor all of you folks that live in Fresno. And I know there's about 40 million practicing Sikhs worldwide. And about 500,000 of those are Sikh Americans. And about 1/4 of those live right here within us in terms of California, and a large portion of those in the city of Fresno. So it's our honor to be able to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month. And I just want to say a few things before I have you folks come up. How much I appreciate your hard work, whether you're a farmer like here, like Sharon Jeet, one of the largest farmers, almond farmers and so forth in the entire state of California, or folks that serve as doctors, or business owners within our community. One thing I know about the Sikh community is that all of you come here with a desire to support America, to support your family, and to support your local community. And you have done that very, very well. And I know the things that that you live by is honest living, sharing with others, and remembering God. And you do it very, very well. So it is my honor today to be able to proclaim, along with the council, today to be Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno. And we're going to be providing proclamations to each of you. But I'd like for all of you, if you could please come forward, that are going to be represented, and have JR come up. We actually have a proclamation for each of you. And we're, yeah, and I'm going to have the clerk read the proclamation, if you don't mind.
Whereas Sikhism is the world's 5th largest religion with more than 30 million adherents worldwide and an estimated 500,000 Sikh Americans. Whereas Sikhs have been living in the United States for more than 100 years. During the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms, in lumber mills and mines, and on the Oregon, Pacific, and Eastern Railway. They have made countless contributions to our country. And whereas 2023 is the 554th birth year of Guru Nanak, the first 10 gurus and founder of Sikhism. Sikhs celebrated Guru Nanak's Gurpurab birth anniversary worldwide and recognized it as one of the most important dates in the Sikh calendar. And Vaishakhi is also a historically significant day for Sikhs and celebrated worldwide on April 14th as the birth of Kasala, the tradition of initiating Sikhs and of promoting equality. And whereas Sikh Americans distinguish themselves by fostering respect among all people, by practicing the 3 key pillars of Sikhism, Karat Karani, honest living, Vund Chukna, sharing with others, and Nam Jupna, remembrance of God. And whereas the Sikh community is important to California's diversity, with more than 25% of Sikh Americans living in the state, Fresno has become a cultural center for Sikhism with a large and vibrant community. And whereas today, the city of Fresno seeks to further celebrate its diversity and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history of Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim November 2025 to be Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno.
So as I look around, I think we got about every Sikh person in Fresno here. Got the Jakara movement here and so many more. We're going to take a quick picture here, and then I tell you what, we're going to go out in the foyer and we'll give out individual proclamations. And I think I want to give this proclamation to you, though, for the clinic I believe that you got for us in Fresno. So let's take a quick photo. I know not everybody's going to be seen, but we'll take a quick photo, and then we'll go out front. We're going to clear out the council chambers now. Thank you very much. You're quite welcome.
And a big thank you to the Sikh community for the kind sweets you guys have given us. Thank you for that. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Tuhadi Mehrabani.
Okay. Thank you to the city manager and mayor for that proclamation. That's terrific. We're going to move on to our 9:15 a.m. public meeting to allow public testimony concerning the proposed renewal of the Fresno Clovis Tourism Business Improvement District. I do have one card from Paula Flores. Paula, if you are still here, this will be your opportunity to speak. I should have asked this question first. Does the council want a staff presentation on this? Do you want a staff presentation on the tourism district? Okay. Santino, thank you for being here. Apologies. Okay. I don't see Paula here. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak on the Fresno Clovis Tourism Business Improvement District, this will be your opportunity to do so. It's on this item, Des?
It sure is.
Yes, we will get to unscheduled. I'll have to cut you off if it's not about this item.
Okay, you can cut me off if it's not about this, okay?
Okay.
You're really good at that anyways.
No, okay.
Okay, so on here, 9:15 a.m. I-25-1565, public
Right.
meeting to allow public testimony concerning the proposed renewal of the Fresno Clovis Tourism Business Improvement District. But there's no other information on here for me to be able to speak on it. So where on here can I find this information that I can look up what you're talking about? Because I'd like to speak on it. It sounds very interesting. It's kind of Fresno Clovis tourism. So where on the agenda is it more detailed information so I know exactly what I can speak on?
That's a really good question. So like our agenda, all our items are listed on the agenda, but the supporting documents are available either in
Where?
person at the clerk's office or online.
Oh, okay, well, not
documents
on, how come not on the agenda so I can,
Well, if we were to print the entire agenda and all the documents, it would be reams of paper. That's why it's digital, or you can request it in person.
well, I didn't know I needed to request it because I
But-
didn't know if I was going to need to speak on
Des,
this right now.
This is not a standard thing. You've been doing this for a while. Come
Well,
on.
yeah, but I mean, I'm getting more involved in other stuff
Okay.
besides homelessness, so
Well, you
I guess
have-
I don't get to speak on it because the detailed information is not on the agenda for me to
You're
speak
speaking
on
now,
it.
and you've got
I don't
over a
I
minute and a
just,
half left.
Can you give me information what it's about, and then I can come back and talk to you about it today?
There is, well, we will have on schedule later if you want to talk about it again, but there is information that's available to the public, as always, through the same channels as before.
Can you provide that with, can I get a copy right now?
I don't have a printer right now, I apologize, but you could have asked for
Your
that beforehand.
assistant provide me with it, or no?
Would the city clerk's office mind printing her a copy of the presentation and supporting documents?
Which item was that?
This is the 9:15 a.m. item.
9:15. Yeah, we can get that
print that for you,
Thank
get it for
you.
you. Thank you. Appreciate it, Des. Thank you. Okay. As a reminder, it's really important. Public participation is a very important part of our process. Anything that we vote on, all the documents are publicly available, as well as the agenda itself. And, okay, so moving on, Paula Flores is not here. Last call. Anyone wishing to speak on the 9:15 a.m. hearing? Oh, are you here, Paula? Oh, yes. That was for consent or contesting consent. That item has, that time has actually expired, unfortunately. So we will have, last call. Public, for the 9:15 a.m. public meeting regarding the renewal of the Fresno Clovis Tourism Business Improvement District. Anyone wishing to speak, this is your last opportunity. Okay, there being none, we're going to close that and bring this back to the council for comment. There's no action being taken today. Any comments from the council?
Council President,
Yes,
I
Council
just
Vice
wanted,
President, yes, sir.
for the record, to note the conversations around the renewal of the Business Tourism District. Just to give some background for the general public, a few decades ago, not a few decades ago, but a while back, the city would run its own tourism and operation. Those are the people that would operate the Sandrina, the convention center. We did all that in-house. In the great big recession that we had, we outsourced that. And in the outsource, there was a combined effort of a city, Fresno, Clovis organization that was supposed to take some of our hotel tax. So whenever somebody visits Fresno and they stay in a hotel room, they get an extra fee that goes to the city of Fresno, city of Clovis, and to this organization. And the purpose of that fee is to then recruit and attract more events into Fresno so people can use more hotel rooms. Historically, those events look like conventions. You had the Future Farmers Convention, the United Farm Workers, you had a lot of professional conventions. Over time, conventions have gone to what they call destination cities: Las Vegas, San Diego, San Francisco, and instead we've seen not as many conventions. So over the last few years, since I've been in the council, I've been closely monitoring how these funds are spent. And what I noticed was a trend that the majority of the money was going to fund events in Clovis, even though the vast majority of the money comes from city hotel rooms, not something that's in our interest. So we've had those conversations with the administration. We made some recommended changes. In order for this process to continue, there must be a public hearing of the body today and a final vote if we continue this assessment and this arrangement with the organization that runs tourism for the county and the city of Fresno. And I want to be perfectly clear with all the board members of that organization, some who are here today, and the administration, that from my perspective, if the city generates 80% of the revenue, then the city should see 80% of the benefits of that revenue. If not, then we should just bring it back in-house, hire our own employees, operate our own events, because we know there's a lot of events in Fresno that attract people to come here. Everything from art hop to, taco festivals to a whole bunch of other stuff. And those organizations always come to this body asking for money to help pay for police, to help pay for security, to help pay for trash pickup, to help pay for promotions. And that was the genesis of why we went down this path of having an organization that on a full-time basis recruited more events to come to Fresno so people could visit Fresno,
and use our hotel rooms. So I just want to put on the record again that I will be monitoring the proposal when it comes back for adoption in December. I also think that that governing board needs to have a permanent member of this body on that board to make sure that we're expending the money the right way, and there needs to be more oversight of how those funds are expended and how they benefit the jurisdictions who generate them. If Clovis generates 80% of the revenue, then Clovis should get 80% of the revenue. I think that's fair. If the county generates 50% revenue, the county should get 50% of the benefit. For the last almost decade, that hasn't been the case. I know the organization wants a 10-year renewal. I'm not comfortable with 10 years. I think that bypasses the whole term of a council member. We can only serve for 8 years. So as organizations make promises that we're gonna make changes, we need to be able to have a contract that expires within the term of a council member and a body to make sure that those commitments are fulfilled. If not, then we don't renew. So my comfort level is to renew for 5 years and assess whether our priorities have been incorporated into their implementation plan, and to let the next council, the next mayor also assess whether this continues to be in the best interest of the city, which is essentially to give our hotel tax dollars to someone else to spend it on our behalf. In my view, it hasn't worked out in our interest in the last almost decade. So I think it's time for us to take some more control over that. We do fund a special events department already. That special events department is responsible for making sure the Veterans Parade, the Christmas Parade, every other special event that happens in the city. We have the Downtown Partnership. We have organizations that host a myriad of events. So I'm just being fully transparent. I've been waiting for 7 years patiently to see a different investment of Fresno, to see an equitable investment and a fair investment from this organization of our Fresno tax dollars, and I have not yet seen it to date. So I'm not comfortable doing this for another decade and making this a problem of two bodies in the future. But again, we will make that final decision when this item returns in December for adoption.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And with that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda. I do want to point out we've had some more folks from Leadership Fresno come in here. Welcome to the chamber. As I said to the last group that was here, I don't know if you'll want to after watching this meeting, but maybe someday you'll be up here on this dais as well. Okay. Come and take it, right? Okay. We're going to go to our contested consent. A couple of quick housekeeping ones. The two I pulled, I really appreciate staff for being very helpful in answering my questions. So 2K, as in Carbasi, I'm going to make a motion to, we've already heard public comment because it's contested, make a motion to approve, if there's a second. Second by Council Vice President. Any opposition to 2K? There being none, it passes 7, we all here? 7-0. That was 2K, the one I pulled. 2O as well. Appreciate staff for their help. We've taken public comment already on this item. I'll make a motion to approve that item as well. Second by Councilmember Vang. Thank you for that. Any discussion? Any opposition from the council? There being none, 2O passes 7-0. Okay, so we have 3 contested consent items. I think they'll all take a while. We also have Mr. Balch here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Mr. Balch from Downtown Partnership actually do your annual presentation to us now. If we can have City Clerk's office pull that up. Thank you, Elliot, for being here.
Sure thing. And I will go quickly, knowing I'm the last thing between you and the contested consent calendar.
Take your time. No.
All right. So yes, thank you, Council President and members. It's good to be with you this afternoon. Elliot Balch on behalf of the Downtown Fresno Partnership. Would love to, thank you, be with you annually to give you a presentation about the things that we are working on. I think consistent with comments just made about districts that are approved by assessment process. It's an important way for us to share information with you. Let's see, does this go? There we go. The Downtown Fresno Partnership is a 501c6 nonprofit association. Actually, under the hood, it's the Downtown Association of Fresno, which was incorporated in 1955. 6 months before the official opening of Manchester Center, which is interesting because in our history, deep in our DNA, is this sense of being of collective action to be more competitive as a downtown working together. And so that model, that idea took a new form in 2010 when property owners voted to implement the PBID, the assessment district, which has existed since that time. We have, by virtue of that, a little bit of the Chamber of Commerce and a little bit of the HOA in the things that we do, which we'll talk a little bit more about some of those things. But we were pleased to be recognized as the 31st Assembly District Nonprofit of the Year this year. And I should mention that we work a lot with our sister charity, the Downtown Fresno Foundation, on everything that we do. So I want to start with the things that we do that are about stewardship and about activation of downtown today. And I mentioned the PBID. This is a map of that district with very slight changes since first adoption in 2010. It's been renewed twice in 15 and 22. Our current renewal that happened in 22 is a 10-year one that goes through 2032. There's 352 properties, about $800,000 a year in assessments, and worth noting that a good 16% of those, by my count, those dollars come from the city as a property owner. And in the state law and in the action that the city council takes to approve this process, Downtown Fresno Partnership is recognized as the owners association of that PBID. And it can vary by the year. It's varied over time how much of the PBID is our totality of our revenues. Currently, it sits at about half. I think one thing, some research doing since I put the slides together, Stockton, just for one comparison, is a city that's got 80%. The city of Stockton has a general fund per capita that's about 80% of Fresno's. But the downtown organization in Stockton has a PBID budget that's about 1.6 times what the downtown Fresno PBID is. And you can look at other comparison cities and see that we do a lot with a very limited resource base. And some of those things that we do that are in the management plan that's adopted as part of creating the PBID are marketing and business development, clean and safe services, and event activation. They roughly fall into the 3 zones of the district that I didn't mention but are on the map from the previous slide, where we're engaging our downtown in different ways. To get a sense of the impact of that, again, next year, maybe I'm here a little bit earlier in the year, we can present the highlights from our 2025 annual report at that time. But just looking back on 2024, it really gives a sense of millions of engagements on social media in the course of a year, some 100,000 or so folks engaged in events that we operate. We are a work site for the One Fresno Youth Job Corps program, which at that time we had hired 56 and counting, and at this point it's about 100 and counting. So a lot of things going on every day for us, and it is 7 days a week that we're in the field in downtown. Great cities have great downtowns. You've heard that from our mayor. And we think a lot about our role in helping bring that about. And so similar to or consistent with kind of what I was saying about 1955, I see our mission as facilitating collective action by property and business owners to take on downtown's challenges, create new opportunities together. And the downtown that we are all trying to create, I think you would all agree, is one where there's a lot of different things going on. There's economic productivity, there's livability, there's culture and history and identity. And what's special about downtown, maybe it's so obvious it doesn't need saying, but it's important to say nonetheless, is different from other neighborhoods. Downtown's where all those things happen. It's not just a place where people live, it's not just a place where people work, and it's not just a place where people shop and play. The magic is in the mixing. And so when we think about the work that it takes to bring that mix about, there's specific things going on. Obviously, the city has a huge role, particularly with infrastructure, particularly with residential projects. There's a vision for downtown's role in the valley's economy that's about being a place where innovators find community. That's about the private sector, academia, showing up in our downtown. And then there's play, which is about being a walkable, vibrant, sidewalk, ground floor scene in our downtown. So just some things as we are kind of on the cusp or the start of a strategic planning process for ourselves as the Downtown Partnership and Foundation. We're thinking about what are the things that we want to be about doing that have the impact that gets us to that future that we are looking for. So there's work that we're doing, and I won't go into detail, but working on how do we grow and diversify the economy, seeking occupancy in ground floor spaces, for example, supporting small businesses, bringing events, activating and celebrating our spaces downtown through events, through the arts, through organizing and uniting business owners at the block scale. Things that we do every day about enhancing the downtown experience for visitors, for workers, for residents, which have to do with managing the public space well in partnership with the city in lots of different ways. We see a vision for inclusive growth in our downtown, so we are very deliberate about pouring into the Youth Job Corps program, the folks who work with us as ambassadors as part of that. Reaching out to small businesses who are seeking to grow, operating a downtown academy that reaches people in new ways. We want to expand engagement, awareness to new markets, to new parts of our metropolitan area and to visitors to the area. So that's expanding digital reach over time and seeking new visitors. We finally see, of course, it's important that our organizations be sustainable, and with severely restricted funding streams that we've got structurally, it's important that we have the best internal processes that we can, good data about the work that we do and about downtown, ultimately leading to what will come in 6 years is a renewal process in 2032, where at that point we want to make sure that, of course, everybody feels like who's been paying the assessment that they've gotten their money's worth, they see the value. Folks who are not in the district want to get in. Everything that we're doing now works toward delivering that sense of value in the future. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your time, Elliot, on this. I don't have any council members punched up at this time, but if anyone would like to ask any questions, this would be the time to do so. Often I find if you're really that good, they don't ask any questions. It's a good sign.
Well,
so
find me anytime.
There being none, thank you for coming down here. Or down the street. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to move on back to the contested consent calendar. And as a reminder, we've already taken public comment on contested consent items. So we're going to start off with 2J as in Jack. That's 2J. And I do have here punched up already, Councilmember Perea and then Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I don't know if we need to relitigate this over and over again. I'm happy to, but I just want to start by making a motion to approve.
The motion, the last version of it? I'm sorry, what's on the agenda right now?
The agenda.
So there's a motion to approve by Councilmember Perea, seconded by Council Vice President. Okay, any more comments on this?
I'll hold my comments.
Okay. Next, Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, I did not pull the item to relitigate it. Not much more I could say. But I did want to ask for the opportunity to split the bills into the ministerial and non-ministerial items for consent calendar on both December 4th and December 18th. I will make a commitment not to pull them and make a prolonged deal of it. But I did want to ask if there'd be that appetite from the clear majority over here on the to my right.
To the members' comment, I thought we crossed that bridge the last time we discussed this.
Yeah, I asked.
There was a request.
Were you asking again?
I am asking again. Councilmember Carbasi, would you support a motion to split these and bring them back with no, it's still the same items. I think it's clear there's a majority to be able to pass the items as they are, and we would still pass them, but we put them on consent, which is two separate items on December 4th. I will not pull them. Maybe a quiet no vote of sorts, but I don't think it's going to make a difference in the actual language. What it would make a difference on is unanimous, I think unanimous vote on the office residential portions, and then the more controversial ministerial, we could all kind of vote our way. So I'm not asking for a split to try to kill it. This old dog knows when he's lost. but I am asking for the courtesy of being able to split the items into two, and we'll pass it before the year ends in the next two meetings on
Council
consent.
President.
Yep.
I'll speak for myself, and then if
Sure.
you'd like to say a few words. We've crossed this bridge already, and I know you're trying to take another stab at the apple, and I respect that, but respectfully, I do want to keep these items joined together.
I see why. I mean, I understand why, and it doesn't. I won't say it doesn't make sense, but I think it's a small courtesy I'm asking for, and you still get the language. It makes no tangible difference, except there will be unanimous vote on one and less of a unanimous vote, but still obviously a yay vote on the other.
Right. So you did mention me, Councilmember, and I appreciate what you're saying. I'm a little bit confused because you're talking about splitting it and doing it over two future meetings, but I think you admitted in the end the outcome's going to be the same. I had some residents come here today and talk about not being able to trust government because of all the delays and the confusion. I'd like to put this to bed today and be very clear about what we're doing. I did have some questions for the director because some things need to come up again. I don't think we're going to gain anything if it's going to be the same outcome, but we split it over two meetings. I appreciate what you're asking, but the end is going to be the same from what you believe, so I don't see why we would do that.
Well, you'd be doing it as a courtesy to me. Either yourself, Councilmember Maxwell, Councilmember Arias, Council Vice President Arias, or Councilmember Perea.
What about I just give you a hug and we call that courtesy and move on with the agenda? I'm a hugger, so,
A hug doesn't let me vote on office or residential without the ministerial. So, heard a no from District 1. Council President, is that a no from you?
I would not move to delay it. I want to be able. My residents are here to address this right now.
Well, it's not a delay. I mean, I'm not gonna pull it the next couple of meetings. I don't know. Is anybody else planning to pull it? That language is what it is. We beat it to death.
I do have some questions, but I want to wait till Councilmember Esparza.
Councilmember Maxwell.
I haven't indicated how I'm going to vote yet, Esparza.
What was that?
I haven't indicated how I'm going to vote yet.
I'm going based off the last vote. So I'm assuming
I think asking for courtesy when you're trying to jam us up publicly is not a really good tactic, with all due respect. I'll leave it at that. You did it last time to me too, so.
I did not do it to you last time. I'm doing it this time.
Okay, well, okay.
Yeah.
It's not personal.
It's policy.
Yeah. Well, obviously, yeah. And I'm asking, yeah. So, no from the 4 members.
My offer stands.
What was the offer? The hug?
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't make me feel any better, but.
You still have the floor. I mean, I can go to my questions and come back if you want, but if you want to continue on, this is your time.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, ask your questions. Yeah.
Director, thank you, Councilmember, and we'll come back to you. Some things, I know it gets a little confusing. I did make some amendments or requested amendments be made that were accepted last time when this came forward, but some things came up again. I had a resident who brought up, so Mr. Griffin brought up the airport issue. Now, I believe, Bernard, did we send you some maps to put up? Okay. This policy with ministerial that's coming forward, I want to talk about how it impacts the neighborhood adjacent to the Lincoln, I don't know what those were called, at Prospect and Herndon, there were some apartments that the courts overruled us on. I want to be really clear of the actual impacts of this policy in that neighborhood. So if there's another map, Bernard. Nope. Okay, there was another map with the buffer. So if my staff is watching, please do email that map with the buffer to the city clerk's office, because that map highlights which lots south of Tatarian are actually exempt from this policy. They're raw office zoned lots that are actually not, if this policy was to pass, with or without ministerial, would not be applicable. So we'll hold off on that. Let's go to the airport itself. There is a lot at Brawley and Herndon the northeast corner. It's close to the airport. It's across the street from United Health Center's corporate office, or whatever you want to call it. That lot is not included in the buffer. It's beyond the 500 feet. It is currently zoned for office. However, separate from us, with or without this measure, you can't build multi-story housing, RM2, RM3, RM1. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you please clarify that?
Sure. So a number of things protect whether this ordinance and bill pass or not would protect from any future development on that site which doesn't comply with Airport Land Use Commission standards. It actually is the very first thing in our development code that we review. So before we even look at height, setback, density, et cetera, is it compliant with the Airport Land Use Commission regulations? In this particular case, this is in, as the gentleman stated this morning, in the inner turning zone, and there are restrictions for what can be built there, as well as prohibitions on specific uses. Additionally, there are maximum non-residential density and maximum residential density. So no multi-unit property, whether this passes or not, would ever be allowed to be built there.
Okay, that's as is right now.
As is.
So if I'm a local developer, big or small, whatever, I come into your office and say, I know the mayor, I know the council, I want to build multifamily on this property, can you help me out? It's not even in your hands.
Well, I mean, certainly they can apply. Everyone can apply, right?
Sure.
But we must deny, and the council must deny, based upon the standards and the regulations in not only our code, but also the Airport Land Use Commission requirements.
So it's safe to say you can apply, but it can't get done.
Correct.
Okay, I want to be super clear, with or without this policy.
Yes.
Those three parcels at that corner that make up that area.
Correct.
And that's why they haven't built multifamily out there. By any chance, did you get the other map, Bernard? Okay. Well, if you look at the map, okay. Let's talk about there was a claim made about RM3 versus RM2 and RM1. That's residential multifamily. The previous version, not the last version, the previous version allowed for the conversion of raw land, whether ministerial or not, from office to RM3 only, which is the most dense. What's the height? Is it up to 60 feet high?
Correct.
Okay. The project that was approved by the courts at Prospect and Herndon in this neighborhood, is that RM3 or RM2?
No, it was RM2.
Right. So, and that has a height restriction.
Correct.
Okay. One of the amendments I made that was accepted was a height restriction along certain areas, which would include this portion of Herndon. So if you want to build on raw office land out of this neighborhood, but you want to build something, there is a height restriction of 45 feet. So even if they wanted to build something that was RM2 or RM1, they are limited, or RM3 for that matter, they are limited to the 45-foot limit, correct?
Correct. So if you'll look at page 17 of the ordinance bill, number 20 in the footnote, new residential development building height shall be limited to 45 feet unless the project is in specific areas, which are essentially half mile of the intersection of two major transit stops. So along Blackstone, in downtown,
sure,
et cetera.
Okay. I only mentioned that because I think maybe there was some confusion of why I added the height restriction. And just wanted to be clear. The assumption is that any developer will go in and build at the maximum capacity. I don't think necessarily that's accurate based on what the market does, but there's still a height restriction regardless of that.
Correct.
Okay, and that could be limiting, which helps the interest of this neighborhood, in addition to the issues with the airport. And then if you can zoom in on this map, you see where it's red kind of in the middle? Bernard, if possible. Thank you. It's probably a PDF. I don't know if you can do that.
So the red parcels are those parcels that are within 500 feet of a school. And so new residential, the footnote 19 on that same page, new residential development is prohibited on vacant or underutilized parcels located in the office zone district within 500 feet of a school, and that's citywide.
Right. So if, let's say, that purple area is what was formerly Faulkner, it's Tatarian Elementary. If I'm a developer and I want to develop on that land, I have to go through the rezone process.
Correct.
To rezone that property?
Yes.
Okay. Which, that came up very early in my term. I made it very clear I will never support a rezone to 3, 4, whatever story housing next to a school. So we're able to do that. And then those 2 green lots at the west side, those are that's what we're talking about by the airport. Those are the ones that are limited.
Those are the 2 that are in zone 3, the inner turning zone.
If I was to make the statement that this policy, with or without ministerial, as the policy we're passing today, if we pass the council member's motion, will have no impact on that neighborhood, would that be safe to say?
It would not allow development in either of those red parcels that are north of Herndon or the 2 green parcels north of Herndon.
Great.
Absolutely.
I want to be very clear about that. Thank you for that, Director. One last thing. I think there was one point made about, let me see if I could find my notes. No, I think that's it. Yeah, that's all. So I just want to be super clear on that point. And that's all I have, Director. Thank you for your time on that. Yep. And that's all on the record, to be very, very clear. Councilmember Esparza, did you want to comment on anything?
Yeah, I mean, just for the record, there was a resident earlier that had accused me of changing my mind, and I hope it's clear just based on my position. I have not changed my mind this entire time. I'm not sure where that came from.
Probably just a mistake.
It probably is a mistake, yeah. But I do want to make that clear.
Yep.
And I am begrudgingly, extremely begrudgingly going to vote yes on this bill because we need our pro-housing designation back, and I do believe in a lot of what it has in it, despite the poison pill. Not poisonous enough to kill it, but I do think there's some poison in there. But, you know, in this business, you don't always get exactly what you want. You gotta take what you can get, and in this case, this is where we landed. So I will begrudgingly support this bill since it's going to pass, and we need the officer residential portion. That'll be it.
Okay. Any other council members punched up to speak on this item? Okay, there being none, we've already taken public comment on this. There is a motion. There has been a second. Is there any opposition to the motion on the table? Councilmember Richardson, or did you pull Luis Chavez?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's 6-0. The item passes. Thank you.
And let the record show that a hug got me a yes vote.
Okay. Okay. And Luis, if you're watching, I'm sorry. Okay. Next, we're going to have.
Oh, wait, Councilmember Arias, no quid pro quo. And was it the president?
Your hugs aren't that good. Okay. We have 2D, which is regarding the H Street garage. I think Council Vice President pulled that item, but I believe the mayor has some comments as well. So, Council Vice President, you ready to talk about that item?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. So for the benefit of the public, this item is requesting that the city purchase a property that was previously owned by the city and subsequently sold to the former owner of the Grizzlies baseball team. The purchase of property would go towards the construction, would be utilized for the construction of a parking garage paid for by the state funds that was granted to us to spur housing in downtown Fresno. I fully support this project as a whole, as we've been working towards it for a long time. But I do have a couple of questions, Mayor and administration. For those of you who are not familiar, the agreement with the current owners of the Grizzlies includes that this city and taxpayers pay for the utilities of that stadium. The Grizzlies and the current ownership of the team currently purchase solar energy from the former owner of the Grizzlies that owns the underlying property. Us acquiring this property would result in some of the panels being removed, and it is my understanding that the current property owners intend to relocate those panels and operationalize them. But my concern is this: if the owners choose not to relocate and reactivate the solar panels, and the Grizzlies lose that savings in energy power,
in the backdrop of PG&E and escalating rates, will the taxpayers of Fresno be expected to make up the difference? That could be up to $150,000 more a year to keep the lights on the stadium, if the current property owners of the underlying ground don't operationalize and activate those solar panels again. So in this case, 150?
150, we think.
Yeah, it's about 150, which is a lot of money. We, as a city, just put in about $7 million into that stadium to keep baseball there. And as you know, we don't get any of the revenue from those events. It all goes to the ownership of the baseball team. So my concern is that the proposed purchase of the agreement doesn't require that they relocate and activate the panels. It's just paying them for the relocation of the panels, for them to move them out of the way so we can build the garage. If they choose not to reactivate those panels, would we be stuck either a month from now or 2 years from now with having to pay $150,000 additional PG&E bill at the stadium?
Well, I think you know we have a history in the Fresno of the Grizzlies coming to us and asking us for certain subsidies, especially during the lean years, which is why we have put $7 million into that stadium for lights and scoreboard, turf, et cetera. And I know that over the years when they were, again, running on some lean years, the city made a commitment up to $300,000 a year that they would subsidize for utilities. I will tell you, as a result of this deal, I have absolutely no intent. In fact, I would strongly encourage the council and certainly our administration that we would not subsidize beyond the $300,000 ever for that stadium, regardless of what they do with this solar. That's my commitment. And I do believe, and based on our discussions that we had with Michael Baker, that there is an intent on their part to relocate those other 2 panels. They have a total of 8 panels, but those 2 panels onto property, because they do have an agreement in place with the current ownership, Diamond Baseball Holdings. That agreement is through 2026, as I believe, but they have every intentions of renewing that contract with them beyond 2026. And to do so, they're going to need additional solar panels. So I agree with you 100% on this. For the benefit of the council, I think everyone knows that part of our agreement with the state of California when we received the $250 million award, as well as the $43.7 million award under IIGC, that we had to have projects ready to go. And we identified locations where we would have housing built. And we identified how we would assist with that, with the infrastructure, the water mains, the sewer mains, and 2 parking garages, one of them on Tuolumne and Fulton, or Van Ness, and the other one being on 8th Street at Inyo by Chichancy. One of the reasons we're trying to get this through today is because it is the same builder on both of the garages. And they've already done the design build. We're set to start construction on Tuolumne and Fulton in mid-December. And there is a cost efficiency of them building both of them in close proximity in terms of time. And so we're hopeful that we can get this through. The other, if we do delay this project, there is obviously a delay in the building of the garage. And if we delay the building of the garage, we know that there's going to be increased costs. So I share your concerns, council member, but at the same time, I'm trying to do this in the most cost-efficient way and to limit any future additional unknown cost if we pursue the eminent domain route.
I'm glad you brought up eminent domain, Mayor. Frankly, this whole process leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I think this should have been an eminent domain process from day one. When we sold the property to the Bakers, it was for below market value with the expectation that they were going to build on it. They committed to investing in Fresno, to building housing and building retail. That's why we gave them a really good deal on picking up all those subsidies for the baseball team and on giving them extremely valuable land for below market rate. And for a few years later, we're essentially paying them a ton more money For me, I think they've engaged in bad faith. And from my perspective, we should have gone to eminent domain from day one. We've been approaching that way with Blackstone McKinley. We've done that consistently when it's for public benefit. So from my perspective, as long as I'm here, it will be my effort and my will to proceed with eminent domain on any project that relates to public benefit, especially in and around the stadium. We've made a huge investment, and these folks have essentially successfully land banked our own property, flipped it for a huge profit margin at our expense, and could potentially expose us to future losses if the Grizzlies do end up having to come back to us for more money for the PG&E bill. So it's just my perspective. I would have preferred it in eminent domain, as we have been consistently doing across the city when it comes to public benefit projects.
Yeah.
But I know you guys took a different route, and that's what's before us.
Yeah, I think, initially in our conversations, we strongly considered eminent domain for both parcels. And I think for any time you do eminent domain, it can't be for the purpose of furthering private development, has to be for a public project. Well, we had the garage. That garage was only going to, the footprint was only for one parcel, so we didn't need both, so we discontinued that idea. And then in working with the city attorney's office and our real estate agent, and talking about the presence of solar, which was a game changer, quite frankly, in our discussions for eminent domain, and that's what caused us to shy away from any eminent domain, and to focus on what it would cost to relocate solar and how much for the land. And that prior agreement, you're correct, with the city of Fresno, prior administration, they had an agreement in there to buy back the land. Unfortunately, that expired well before any of these discussions or before we were ever awarded the $250 million from the state. So even if we wanted to buy it back, we didn't have the money at that time. So we do today. We are building garages. We are trying to get shovel ready. We're trying to do a lot of things with those funds, land acquisition, infrastructure, revolving loan fund, everything that will support housing downtown. So I appreciate your concerns, and I've had every one of them. I'm just trying to move this thing forward and get our garages built downtown. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Council Vice President. Okay. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Mayor, are you the one that we're directing questions to, or is there somebody else? Are you the one we're directing questions to, or do you?
Unless it's over my head, then Jordan or Kelly will jump in.
This is not my district. I'm probably not as intimate with the details as Councilmember Arias. I'm trying to follow along based off what I read. The city owned this property, or the RDA owned this property before it was sold?
Do you know? No, I think it was city. I don't believe it was RDA property.
It was city.
City property.
Okay. And that was how large of a lot?
Well, the one we're purchasing is
The one that we sold.
2.39. There was two parcels. There was 2.39. And Jordan, you have the remaining?
About another 1.5.
Yeah, I will add something too, that during the negotiations, we realized that there were utilities that ran between the two parcels, which caused us to have to expand the property we were going to purchase to cover that. And so now it is, if you take the north side of the Inyo curb line and you extend it all the way to the west, that is how much more land that we are taking on that parcel.
Do we have a rough estimate? I don't need the exact.
4 acres total, and this is 2.39.
Okay.
So about 55% of it.
I'm sorry. And then how much did we sell that for at the time? I know that was a different administration. $1.5 million sound accurate?
1.9 million.
Okay. And then there was a provision, Councilmember Arias, that they were going to build housing on that site, right?
Yeah, it was sold for them to build housing and retail.
Never in the contract.
It was not in the contract.
There may have been some discussions about them developing, but that was never put into the contract.
Gentleman's agreement.
Correct.
But not
And I think this must have been 10 years ago, maybe, when they acquired the property.
Probably.
This was 10 years ago?
2018, so 7 or 8 years ago.
Brand administration. there was a provision in there for first right of refusal. Yes.
Pardon me?
First right of refusal.
The first right of refusal expired probably, I'm guessing 3 years ago, something like that.
I believe it was like right after we took office or right before we took office in 2021.
Somewhere in there.
Gotcha.
It's been about 3 years.
Okay, and Mayor, one more time, how much of the 4 acres are we trying to purchase back?
It is 2.39 acres that we're purchasing of the 4, let's say.
For 3 point.
And we sold it for 1.9 million. And of the 3.862 million that we're paying, 612,000 of that is for solar relocation.
700,000.
Yeah, so you're looking at about 3,250 for the land.
Yep. And then 612.
Yep. 3,250 for the land, and again, it was 1.9, and we sold that 7 or 8 years ago.
And we've owned the land on Van Ness and Tuolumne that we're going to be developing the other parking structure at?
We do not own that. For the parking structure, yes.
Okay. And is that going to be a similar 950 stalls?
That one will be slightly over 600, about 600 stalls. And this one will be about 900 stalls on H.
Okay.
Which you approved earlier today, I guess, huh?
Yes. Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, council member. Any other council members punched up on this item? Okay, so Council Vice President, you did pull the item. Do you have any?
That's all, Council President. I just want to make it clear that I think the mayor has also made it clear that if the Grizzlies come to us with an additional $150,000 PG&E request, it will be declined.
Correct.
All right.
I won't even bring it to you.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, motion passes 7-0. Okay. So I apologize. There's been a bit of a order jumble today as things have come up. We do have one more contested consent item pulled by the Council Vice President. That is item 2L as in Larry. However, we do have to go to closed session for that item. At the same time, we have folks that have been waiting a long time, and usually we hear you at the end of the meeting, and I don't want to keep you waiting so long. So I'm going to do unscheduled communication right now. So Des, I'm going to give you the honors of having the floor first because you have been patiently waiting. And if anyone wants to speak on unscheduled communication, I have a few cards. Please do, if you haven't already, fill out a card because this will be your only opportunity. Des, you'll have 3 minutes.
Go off the top of my head somewhere. Y'all was all over the place today.
Thank you.
Too much for me. Yeah, so my concern is that the pro-housing application that has been sent in is a complete lie. There is, you guys are not following the 7 principles of the USICH regarding shelter, permanent housing, encampments, the HEART team. You guys are putting on this application, you have blatantly lied. You put on the application that you are working with the unhoused community in the encampments, even if they don't have a bed. This is a blatant lie because you can catch me on Homeless in Fresno any day of the week and see that I'm filming exactly what the Fresno police are doing. So this raises really high concerns about all the lies that you guys have on there. You guys are actually put on the pro-housing that you give 7-day notices. Where? Because I'll be standing there and then you see the police roll up, pop out, detain everybody because it's against the law to stand on a public place. And you can't get any money from pro-housing with this, right? If you guys don't even get pro-housing, my concern is HHAP is attached to that now. Have you guys not know that? So if you don't get this pro-housing, they find out that you guys are blatantly lying on the application, then, you're putting thousands of people at risk of losing more money that would be coming in to house us. So lying on this application it doesn't look good. You have people like me that got tired of yelling at the cops, so they started reading freaking grants and stuff. And it's really irritating that I have to go through all this much education and knowledge to become a very credible advocate in the state of California. So I'm requesting that you change the pro-housing application and update it and amend it really quick because Me and hundreds of others are interested to speak to HCD, and we don't have a problem doing that with the evidence that we have of the blatant lies that are in the pro-housing. My concern is that if this is not looked into, then nobody here is really concerned about how many unhoused individuals we have on the streets. Let me see. There's just everything. You know, the 7 principles, I don't think anybody here can even tell me what the 7 principles are, and each one of you should know. I don't know who filled out the pro-housing application, but that person should be able to recite those, and we don't do it. Where's our 7 days notice? You don't turn that in. The only thing that the Community Alliance receives is 1 every 2 weeks, and I'm not lying. Please don't say that. I'm speaking. I wish every council member would listen, not just some. Okay, I didn't, you know, I never seen somebody listen to people at one time, but the community meetings you guys are setting up, you guys are not listening to our request every single year. Anytime you guys have any community meetings, we constantly tell you all the time, ADA is very important. So that meeting you had yesterday at Ambassador where there was just upstairs shouldn't count. Anyways, all right.
Thank you, Des. We wanted to get you sooner. I'm sorry you have to wait so long. Thank you, Des.
No, they do it at 10 o'clock, but they used to.
Well, we usually do it at the end of the day, and we have a couple more hours left. Mr. Sanders, this is your turn. Thank you for being patient. Yep. You're Joe Sanders? Yes, come on up, sir.
Thank you. My name's Joe Sanders. I own Amerisweep Incorporated, which contracts with Ace Parking and the city for porter-type services, which includes the lots and the parks for sweeping. I've been notified by ACE that the city is going to take that work in-house, and our contracts are over on January 31st. Ace Parking had a contract with me, which I understand has been resolved. I've researched and been informed that the financial analysis was completed in 2021 that stated that there was considerable savings to the city by taking it in-house. I've also researched and asked for the analysis that was done and presented to the city, and it was also presented in March 4th of 2021 to take everything in-house. I'd like to point out that this decision displaces 4 full-time employees, 1 low part-time employee at a low wage. The equipment used is 1 parking lot sweeper, 1 pressure washer, 2 hot water pressures, 2 ride-on sweeper scrubbers. And I'd just like to get a copy of that analysis. I've asked the city clerk for it. They're telling me that they're having trouble finding that analysis, and I'll have to wait until December to get it. But I'd still like to have it reconsidered because I believe that we can do the work cheaper than bringing it in-house with the city.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, next we have, I'm going to name some names. They may not still be here anymore. Brandy. If Brandy is still here. Sorry. I like that, though. You can't do that, though. Sorry. Okay. We have Oscar Maciel. I know that he left. Gabe Lozano just left. Okay. Justin Torres. Justin not here. Jacob Zalian. Cindy Piombino. I think Cindy's not here anymore. Okay. Cody Johnson. Just got this one a minute ago. Okay. Last one I have is Amy. I'm going to do my best to pronounce it. I can't really read it. Oh, what's your last name, Anthony?
My name is Amy Ronhar.
Ronhar, thank you.
Yes, my name is Amy Ronhar. I've been chronically homeless in Fresno for 14 years. I think a lot of the combativeness between council and citizens is rooted in the idea that you guys believe housing is a privilege rather than an inherent right as a human being. I find it very interesting that you had children at the beginning of this meeting thanking God for the food on their plate when you don't even believe everybody in Fresno deserves to eat. Setting aside 50 turkeys once a year does not make even remotely the difference that your ego makes you think it does. Your disrespect, ignorance, criminalization, and total dehumanization of anyone homeless is inhumane and completely deplorable. None of you should occupy the positions that you're in. In God we trust. Trust that with your disgraceful behavior playing God so you can have your $7 million sports stadium and your tourism, you will never be seeing heaven. Last I knew, 10 cents of every dollar in this county goes to the zoo. You're treating zoo animals better than you treat the homeless, and you think we're too stupid to know. Unless you would like to spend a month living outside on H Street alone with nothing and report back on your informative experience, you have absolutely no right to say a single word dictating how the homeless should live, where they should be. Your life holds no superiority just because of the chair that you're in. You are the same as every single one of us. One day, gone wrong, you will be joining the pack. Arf, arf. I wish Jerry Dyer, as well as all of you, your parents, and your children, nothing but shame and the lives you deserve. Thank you.
Well, happy Thanksgiving. Okay. So, thank you for that. Moving on. This is the last opportunity for anyone to speak. Did you want to speak again? You can, because... Oh, no, I'm sorry. You did your unscheduled earlier.
I did?
Yeah, because it wasn't on subject. I apologize. You did speak earlier. Kiki. What's that?
Tower. It was with Tower. That's consent, wasn't it?
You were talking on the item, but your item was not about that item. You were talking about... Yeah, it wasn't during the tower item. Sorry. We can't... If I let her speak again, it's going to give her 6 minutes on unscheduled communication, which no one else got, and that's going to be very unfair. That's the problem. I've got to be consistent. Okay. So, okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this closed session item? Anyone else wishing to speak on unscheduled communication at this time? Going once, going twice. Okay. We're going to move on to the meeting. So we're still waiting for closed session. I think we're waiting for PD to get here, correct? Okay. So we're going to do the SATA presentation then while we're waiting, the workshop. Okay, and then we'll be done and we can go into closed session and then do that. SATA alternative. Thank you, Director. You have the floor.
Absolutely. I have a very brief presentation this afternoon. Per Councilmember Vang's request at the November 6th meeting, we prepared a short presentation on the environmental alternative analysis and how to use this information as we go forward at our next meeting. It was hiding. Thank you.
Actually, Director, if you could just go directly to page 6.
Go directly to page 6.
If my colleagues don't mind.
Do not,
not at all.
go.
Okay. No, please.
Thank you.
Do not
Yeah.
collect $200. All right, there we go. Directly to page 6. Okay, so Councilmember Vang, we haven't had the opportunity really to talk about what an environmental alternative is, but this particular slide identifies that in blue, in the environmental impact report, there is an environmental alternative. An environmental alternative is something the city is required to evaluate. So there were 3 environmental alternatives in the EIR. This is alternative 2. It's called the Consolidated Business Park Alternative. The alternatives are intended to identify projects which could achieve similar goals and objectives as the plan itself, but with less of an environmental impact. So, alternative 2 has been identified in the EIR as the environmentally superior alternative because it has the lowest impact of all of the alternatives, including the preferred alternative. So, the question was, if you selected an alternative, could you make modifications to the alternative? Within the scope of the EIR, the Consolidated Business Park Alternative could realign some uses as shown in the map on the right under the green. So you can see that the light blue, which is public and institutional, has been redistributed throughout the area, and the office zone district has also been redistributed. Now, this is, again, the map on the right is not in the EIR. The map in the middle is in the EIR and is an alternative to the preferred land use alternative. So if the council wanted to select an alternative, at a future council meeting, the council could choose any one of the alternatives. It would direct the plan and associated documents back to staff with direction on which is the preferred land use alternative. Staff would evaluate to ensure that the selection, including any kind of adjustments that you wanted to make, was within the scope of the EIR and make the necessary findings. The City Council could also direct additional documents such as an update to the financing options report to reflect the new map and uses, a completion of fiscal impact analysis tool based on the preferred land use alternative to reflect future expenses and revenues associated with full build out, and a phasing analysis with thresholds of timing for future development.
Thank you, Director Clark, and I want to thank the administration for this second workshop. Bernard, if we can go back to page 6, and if we can zoom in to the map on the right-hand side, the blue area surrounded by the purple area, and there is a yellow star alone by itself, and that happens to be Lone Star Elementary School, no pun intended. And the reason why I asked for a second workshop on this was the last time there was no buffer zone surrounding Lone Star Elementary School. That school's been there for nearly 100 years. And Director Clark, the dark purple area to the north and to the east, to the west of that star is office zoned?
Correct. That is an office planned land use. Again, this is a hypothetical, what could be redistributed. It is not in the,
right,
the council could not select this alternative today.
It is an alternative,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what constitutes the office center or office zone? Is it heavy, light, or manufactured?
No, office is office, and any similar uses that are typically found in an office district, like compatible retail, restaurant, service, customer, consumer kind of goods. So this is, professional offices, medical offices, business offices. It is not light or heavy manufacturing.
Where in Southeast Fresno can you give an example that is office center or office zoned? If not in Southeast Fresno, in the city of Fresno?
Well, there's office zones all over the city. So along Herndon, there are a lot of office zoned parcels.
Is there any office zone in Southeast Fresno along the Cesar Chavez Kings Canyon corridor?
Cesar Chavez Kings Canyon Boulevard is a mixed-use corridor. Right. It is not an office corridor. This would have similarities to a mixed-use zone district, except that it would be more of a traditional office complex, and there wouldn't necessarily be a mixed-use component to it.
So if a parent who has a student attending Lone Star or will attend Lone Star, and they ask me to give an example as to what that purple area is going to look like, where in the city can I say, oh, it's going to be comparable to this area if it's built out?
There are a number of areas. I would ask Sophia if she's got a really good example. I can't, council member, think of one off the top of my head because I didn't know that was going to be your question. Where's a good example of an office district? On Alluvial, there's some office districts where you have a series of office buildings and parking lots is really what it is.
It's a combination of office building, parking lots, and medical offices?
So professional and medical office, retail, restaurant, service, industry.
You mentioned alluvial. Is it alluvial and west of Blackstone?
So not along any of our mixed-use corridors. So you're not looking at Shaw, you're not looking at Blackstone. While there may be an office complex there, those are all mixed-use corridors. So what is a good... I'm sorry, that was not...
I didn't mean to put, this question...
So just south, so Willow and Herndon, just south of, there's a Walmart on the corner, on the southwest corner, and then below it there is a whole bunch of different offices. So there's parking lots, there's office buildings, there's like some fast food restaurants. So those are all office serving.
So Willow and Herndon would be a good example of a build-out zone for the office center.
An office center, yes. Okay. Friant and Fresno, those are much taller buildings, but yes, Friant and Fresno is another example. Though, yes, the map there, but I can't think of a specific, like, what is the name of that center? And no, Palm Bluffs is industrial.
Let's get a mic for the city manager. Bernard, can you get a mic, please?
Sorry.
That way it's on the record. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, everything that's red on this map are the office zone districts. So obviously, if you look at, are you holding it? If you look at Herndon, and we see Chestnut and Herndon, north side of Herndon, there's a huge medical complex. Keep going west on Herndon, between Cedar and Millbrook. It's where all of the medical offices are on the north side of Herndon, all the way up to Blackstone. Again, lots of offices, both commercial offices, medical offices. When you go farther west, you get to Fruit and Herndon. Those are traditional like offices. Continuing west on Herndon, again, traditional offices, some medical. If we go, let's go down here along Shields, or here, okay, right here. We've got, what street is this? We've got Olive and Orange. I don't know that area well enough, or Cedar and Olive. Okay, so you've got on Olive Avenue, the north side of Olive Avenue, and it looks like around Cedar. I don't know that area well enough to know, but there's a cluster on the west side of 168. Yeah. That's offices. Very old. Where else? We see a lot along Shields Avenue. On the south side of Shields Avenue, from west all the way over to Maple Avenue on the south side. I think those are traditional offices and some medical offices. Those are the ones I'm familiar with off the top of my head. And then you see along the 41 corridor, both sides, from McKinley all the way up. So all of that in red.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Council President, for being our
I was
Vanna
your
White
friendly
this
cruise
afternoon.
I was your friendly cruise director for this little cruise.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And the example on the northwest, I believe, corner of 168 and 180 along Cedar and Olive Avenue is probably one of the closest to that area. And the reason why I ask this because the residents there have posed a question as to, okay, what does it look like if it's built out, hypothetically? And so for me to point out this is where you can go, and if it's built out, it may look similar to this. And that's why it has a real-life practicality directive.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Couldn't think of one.
And
Any other questions? Are you
No,
good?
that's all the questions
Okay.
that I have for
Great.
this specific map here. And that's all I have for this workshop presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you to the administration for this workshop. Appreciate it. Council President, that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President, you will have the floor.
Thank you. Can we have the director back?
Director, I saw a couple of, last night I came back into the office to pick up my board binder, and I caught the last part of the Planning Commission hearing on the SADA proposal. So a couple of questions that I have around timeline. Is it the case that we're going to look at approving SADA next month?
The council will be able to consider the specific plan and the associated environmental documents in December, yes.
Last night's vote was essentially to approve an alternative plan that would, as I understood it, and the rest of the public, and as I heard the motion, that would preserve the prime ag land and preserve the business park. And the business park is located on the prime ag land, so how are we making sense of that motion? And wouldn't that trigger recirculation of the EIR if we're going to go beyond what's proposed?
So I don't know if we want to bring the PowerPoint back up again.
You can just tell me.
But so in the environmental impact report, there are 3 alternatives that are identified. The Planning Commission did make a recommendation to the City Council to consider. They didn't vote to approve. They made a motion to consider both alternatives 2 and alternative 3. What is alternative 2? Alternative 2, as we started to talk about it, it concentrates the research and development uses south of Jensen and west of Temperance. It transfers the neighborhood residential and commercial uses to the east side of Temperance and north of Jensen. So essentially flips those, and it is less intensive. So it creates fewer potential jobs and has a capacity of fewer housing units. So 2,000 fewer housing units and about 1,000 fewer jobs. So it's a less intensive alternative.
It's a less intensive alternative than the preferred.
Than the preferred land use
alternative. So the EIR
alternative.
had a preferred alternative.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yes.
Before you go further, I did not hear that level of articulation made in the motion. I didn't hear references to alternative 2, alternative 3. I heard exactly the motion that I repeated. So how do you get from that motion
The
to what you're
motion was
suggesting?
for the council to consider the business park alternative and the farmland conservation alternative. The farmland conservation alternative is alternative 3. It specifically protects prime farmland or all farmland in the buffer. So right now the buffer, which is on the east side, it is essentially
so
a
in
half
essence,
mile.
they asked us to consider 2 alternative plans?
2 environmental alternatives to the environmental impact report. And it might be helpful if we started over if you want the full presentation.
No, I'm very familiar with it. I'm still trying to understand how is that legally sound to say,
Yeah.
we want you to look at these 2 alternatives and recommend them. And I also want to understand the distinction of your language from recommendation to approval, because my understanding of the Planning Commission's responsibility under our municipal code is to approve EIRs and land uses, not to recommend.
No, for a specific plan, for a rezone, for a general plan, that solely rests with the City Council. They are a recommending body. Their role is to hear an item and then to make a recommendation to the City Council.
So when they approved the Southwest Pacific Plan, when they approved the West Area Specific Plan,
It's not approved
They
until
approved-
this body.
but the motions were to approve, not to recommend. The action was to approve. When they did not approve the South Industrial Plan, it was a recommendation and motion not to approve. So in my 7 years, every action that they've taken has been under the umbrella of approval or denial. Now I see us switching to recommending.
It has always been a recommendation. In this, they could say, we recommend approval, they could say, we approve, but they have no authority in the municipal code to approve a land use change.
But I believe what they're doing at times is recommending the staff recommendation. And the staff recommendation at the planning commission level is to make a recommendation to council. So they may be approving the staff recommendation, which is to recommend to you. So the vote may be, there may be a vote, but it's still only a recommendation.
On your proposed office use,
So can we, I think it's really important to go back and talk about the legality of the council.
Yes, but I don't wanna-
identifying and approving alternatives that have been evaluated and studied in the EIR. So the council can select an alternative from the EIR perfectly legally. They could actually, because there is no conflict between alternatives 2 and 3,
So-
they could select both.
Director, I highly suspect we're going to be sued on the legalities of the environmental impact report, so I don't want to get into a discussion with non-attorneys on what we can legally and not legally do. But help me understand this proposal around office. As I saw the visuals, we're now looking at surrounding
No.
Lone Star Elementary with office use.
Okay, hold on. Time out. All this was fulfilling the request of
I understand.
Councilmember Vang. This is not, it was for demonstration purposes only. It is not a formal proposal. It was to show what it could possibly look like to redistribute the institutional property to use it as a buffer. If we put it in there very clearly.
I appreciate that, City Manager. So just so we're clear, my understanding, when you come back in December, you will not have a proposal that includes office around Lone Star Elementary because that's not part of the actual proposal. It was just, let me show you what it could look like. Would that be before us in December, is my question.
The item before you will be the specific plan and the EIR as written.
Correct.
If the council chooses a land use alternative in an environmental alternative in the EIR, it can do that. To do that, it would require that the city go back and ensure that that land use alternative, if it is modified in some way, like this second map would be, is consistent and within the scope of the EIR.
And if it's not, do you have to redo the EIR?
There would be modifications required to the EIR, which, if there are modifications that result in new mitigation measures, it could result in a recirculation.
And walk me through the recirculation process. How does that work, and what's the length of time and cost?
It depends on the extent of the changes, right? So recirculation by itself is 45 days from publication to finishing. It depends on how long it takes, the extent of the changes, how long it takes to make those analysis and reviews, publish the document, and then there's a period of time to respond to comments called the final EIR, which is what would come before you, which is the EIR plus the response to comments.
Is when you guys bring forward a plan in December, are you also bringing a financing plan?
So we have prepared a financing options report for the council to consider. So there are many variabilities that are depending on what the council chooses to do in terms of phasing and not phasing, what costs are included and how that would be paid for. So we provided a financing options report for consideration, which could use a differing mechanisms to pay for upfront infrastructure and what would be paying for long-term infrastructure, which are typically the requirements of the development.
So put yourselves in my shoes for a moment. When you bring forward a contract for a consultant or a construction contract, or an environmental plan contract, you tell us, here's all the things we're going to do, and here's a cost, and this is where the money's coming from. In this case, what I'm struggling with is everybody's been indicating that SATA is going to bankrupt us. The alternative conversation has been there's a financing plan. But it seems to me that we're being asked to put the cart before the horse, is first approve a plan, and then we'll tell you later how we intend to pay for it. So how is the timing going to work? Am I going to be able to see as a policymaker that alternative A, with whatever changes are made in this dais, will result in $150 million of cost up front, and this is how we're going to pay for the $150 million? Is that what I should expect as a policymaker, and we would get that in December? That would be available?
Well, I would argue that this body just adopted the West Area Plan, specific plan, with absolutely no financing plan and not one word from the public or this dais about how we're going to pay for the infrastructure. So we have never, ever brought forward a financing plan for specific plans. Having said that, in trying to be transparent and responsive to the public, we have put together a financing options plan. You say everybody's saying it's going to bankrupt. No, not everybody's saying it's going to bankrupt. The people who are opposed to this plan for one reason or another are filling people's heads with this information and misinformation that SATA is going to bankrupt the city and it's going to suck the center of the city dry and nobody's ever going to be able to have a piece of infrastructure again. It has been a fear-mongering campaign, and frankly, I find it shameful. I also find it shameful, some of the comments that have been made by trying to put the fear and making comments about how our public employees feel about this plan, which is false and a fallacy. So I reject those comments. We have been working on financing options as a courtesy. We have talked about and have met with council about recognizing we have no intent that the entire specific plan will be developed all at once. We have acknowledged that we can't afford the infrastructure to provide for at least the sewer trunk line for the entire portion. So what we have talked about is a phasing approach. And we've talked about building language into any point of approval to have it be phased. That has been what the mayor has supported. That's what he's been very public about. We've never said we're interested. And I also want to remind people that not one bit of SATA gets developed until there is a willing property owner. This fear-mongering that ag land is going to be converted into housing. This fear-monger that people aren't going to be able to keep their chickens and horses because we're going to pay over them. Fear-mongering. It's absolutely false, and I reject it. Unless ag people want to sell their land to developers, it will not be paved over. So this misinformation campaign, while apparently successful, is just that, a misinformation campaign. So, I appreciate that we do, if the council wants more information than they have ever traditionally requested. Once again, it was less than a month ago that you approved the West Area Plan with no financing plan. So this focus on this financing plan that's going to bankrupt the city is BS.
So two things, back to my original question. Are we going to get a financing plan for your phased-in approach that you're recommending?
When we're going to be ready to... we are working on the financing plan for the phased, breaking it into the phases. How and when that comes, we're talking about approving a plan.
I understand that. I understand that. But a plan without financing is just a piece of paper on the shelf. So
you know how many plans we have on the shelf with no money and no financing? The ATP, the short and long-term FACTS plan. I can name 1,000 plans in this city that have no financing.
So to my question, are we going to have a financing plan when we are asked to adopt SATA?
When you are asked to actually approve the specific plan and EIR, you will have a financing plan.
And is that December?
I don't think we will be, there will be some action that we're going to ask you to take in December. I don't think it's going to be at the point of certifying the EIR and adopting the specific plan. I don't think,
No.
but we are going to ask you to take an action.
And we don't know what that action is yet?
Probably similar to what the Planning Commission took.
Which is as
So
clear
remember,
as...
May I?
Yes.
Which
May I
is as
just
clear
say
as what?
that it's like reading a crystal ball. Similar to the Planning Commission last night, whenever they concluded a little after 10. It may be coming from this dais guidance back to staff to evaluate one of or two of the alternatives. Once we get that direction, that's what we will be pursuing and putting numbers behind. There are too many variables right now.
Fair enough. That's a fair description because I don't want to repeat what happened in the Planning Commission, where people seems to be individually coming up with alternatives with no assessment of financial implications, no assessment of public infrastructure. And I do want to, as I finish this up, I want to go on the record on a couple of concerns that I heard around the conversation. The city manager has spoken on what the narrative has been for some in the public, but I'm also equally disgusted would be an accurate word with how some folks on staff and administration have insinuated that somehow this is going to pay for itself. And from my perspective, there's been references to there will be an infrastructure district. We have many facilities maintenance districts. Those districts are going to generate enough revenue to pay for public infrastructure and for public safety infrastructure. The fact is they don't. The last fire stations came out of the general fund. They came out from borrowing, paid for by the general fund. Police stations, we just had to borrow 30-something million for the headquarters because there's not enough impact fees for public safety to pay for those things. So I want us to be as accurate as possible. Is it possible that impact fees could pay for public safety buildings? Yes. Has it historically paid 100% of the cost? Absolutely not. It has been subsidized by the general fund.
We're not talking about impact fees paying for the entire cost of the infrastructure. We're talking about things like enhanced infrastructure financing district. We're talking about mellow roost districts. Those are all the different methods that infrastructure can be paid for by the projects themselves, yes, which is different than impact fees.
You're right.
I agree.
It is
the
different.
Fire station absolutely did not pay for itself. Why? Because it was in the southern section of the city, which has no impact, which has no district. Mm-hmm. It's entirely general funded.
Correct. The fire station Northwest Fresno didn't pay for themselves. We had to put general fund dollars into that, right?
I wasn't here, but I believe there was general fund commitment.
Yes. My point is this, city manager. It is fair for us to say we just maxed out our general fund city credit card on fixing 10% of the road improvements that we need on the police headquarters. We don't have the capacity in the general fund to borrow to upfront the money for private development. And what concerns me greatly is that we're starting to make a path towards borrowing ratepayer money to front the cost of private development. To your point, there will be no development until there's a property owner who's willing to develop. I suspect that there's a lot of property owners who are the ones advocating for industrial zoning because they're interested in developing. But it's also true, if those industrial developers and those home developers want to develop, have them pay their full cost. Because I don't want to see us violating state law under Prop 218 using ratepayer funds to pay for non-ratepayer benefits. I want to be very cautious of that because it's hard enough to convince the public that we need to adjust rates for water, sewer, and garbage if they see us using those resources to front the infrastructure for somebody else that's not a ratepayer.
Well, I mean, obviously, we are not able to use ratepayer funding for things that aren't benefiting the ratepayers, but we do have the ability to borrow from ratepayers. That is an allowed activity that we can do.
And historically, we have borrowed for very, very small emergencies.
and very small limited things. We borrowed for the animal shelter, which we paid them back in a year. We borrowed for this, and we paid them back in 6 months. We have never borrowed from ratepayers in my time here to benefit private development and wait for a 5 or 10 year payback.
Well, you've never built a sewer trunk line in your time here. So sewer trunk lines get built every 25, 30 years. There hasn't been a sewer trunk line that's been constructed in the city since, I think, the Herndon or Cornelia trunk line. So I appreciate what you're saying, but all of our trunk lines, what?
There hasn't been a demand for one.
Yeah, true statement, but all of those trunk lines that we have constructed have had a backup. The backup to the bonds the bond payment is from developer fees. The backup to that has been the ratepayers. That's historically how we've done it, and that is historically how a lot of cities do it. But once again, that's something that we can look at. The plan for the Southeast Development Area is intended to look different than any other part of our city does. If you look at the way it is designed, you will see in the various maps, it's intended to look different, it's intended to feel different via the densities, and it's also intended to be financed differently. And it's like whack-a-mole. Every time you think that you're doing your best to make sure that development is paying its own way, you know, some administration, 3 administration laters find out that that wasn't the case. But I can tell you, going in, the intent is to have SADA be financed. We don't have general fund resources. I will remember this council that, you know, one of the main selling points of the city-county tax sharing agreement was the property tax split in SADA, in that we are going to be receiving 51% as opposed to the 38% of tax revenue. So SADA is going to generate more general fund tax dollars for our city than the rest of the city has ever generated. So you know, that is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past of having an area that can generate more dollars for us than the rest of the city has.
And I cautioned at that time that by agreeing to that provision, we would be forcing ourselves to incentivize sprawl, chasing down the higher tax rate.
Sprawl?
The
Do
last
we
point
consider sprawl something that's been planned since the 1950s?
The last point I'll make, City Manager, is this. And staff, when you guys bring this forward, you can just prepare for that conversation. My understanding is if we do office zoning, as you guys are recommending or has been discussed around Lone Star Elementary, isn't by right that office can go become mixed-use residential? Am I reading that correctly? Because it's any office, right?
So, another implementing, typically a plan like this, you're going to have some implementing documents that will follow. So one of the implementing documents that will follow is a zoning code. Like downtown, SADA has a completely separate zoning code. Office in this particular case does not include housing. In this case,
but with today's action that we made office ministerial to go to housing,
in
not
in the overlay districts. This is an overlay district. It is not included in the overlay district.
Okay. That was my question. And then just the secondary point for caution. Every economic report I've seen is that there is no demand for office space. It's a huge decline, hence why everything is going to residential and different uses. So I'm not sure how why there would be such a need to designate that much office in the southern part of the city when there seems to be no demand. But it also is consistent with the rest of the proposal. We just approved 40,000 new homes in Northwest Fresno. It's not like they're all under construction, so I don't see the need for us to do this now, but we'll have the conversation later. Thank you for the time during this workshop.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have some questions. I can't help myself. I really wish I could. A lot of good points were made, and I think a lot of this is some of the recent media coverage about SADA, and I have to tend to agree. The level of depravity by some of those against it, not the folks that live there, but the folks that are exploiting their fears and confusion, it's really difficult. I don't know how the hell you call yourself a progressive when you were literally trying to kill progress in this community. So I just want to be clear about a couple things. It's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. I know we're talking about financing now, but we're so far away to anything actually being built. When it comes to the financing of this city, is property tax the primary source of income?
Yes, we used to be a lot more closely aligned between sales tax and property tax, but property tax is our majority general fund revenue.
Okay. And the city and county, with your help, and of course council members Maxwell and Perea, we worked to negotiate a new tax sharing agreement with the county. A lot of it was responding to the feedback of it doesn't pay for itself. So there is a change. So like in Copper River, for example, for the split between city and county for property tax, it's 62-38. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is it in SEDA?
51-49.
So it's a dramatic shift from the city making more from SEDA, so it can help pay for itself.
Correct.
And no other area in town other than downtown, which had a pre-existing percentage, has that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. So a comment was made about, is there a need for more housing? So Riverstone and Tesoro Viejo, which is across the river in Madera County, we have people that work here and use our services in the day and live in Madera. Do we have any agreement with Madera County that we get a percentage of their property tax revenue?
No agreement. We get zero.
And do we get a special fee collected for all the emissions they create driving all the way to Madera? They work here in the day, but they live in Madera.
Nope.
Okay. So there's demand. They're just going out of county.
Yeah, I think, when we did the workshop, we put that wonderful map up that showed all of the existing development in Madera County, the development coming online in Madera County, existing development in Clovis, the development going to be coming online in Clovis, Sanger development coming online, Visalia development coming online. We have a market demand study that we have done and posted that shows there is absolutely the demand, and there is the demand for west of 99 and SEDA. So this fallacy that there is no demand is that. It's a fallacy. There is absolutely a demand. And it's not either or. It's been pegged that, it's either or. We want everybody to live in the inner city. Great. For people who want to live in the inner city, that's fabulous. Live in the inner city. Not everybody wants to live in the inner city. And what we're seeing, the people who don't want to live in the inner city are going to Madera County and Clovis and other small cities around Fresno because we are running out of opportunities in Fresno. It's not either or, it's both.
And I want to make it clear, I think there are fair questions we should answer before we do anything long-term on financing. I'm not against that. The trouble is, I think it's kind of a red herring where they're using that to kind of scare people. And whereas I think your point is made. They didn't do that for the West area. They didn't care. But for some reason with SEDA, they care even though this has been in development. And some of those the people advocating for it created SEDA in the first place, which is ironic in itself.
Councilmember SEDA has been
tying
on the
it to
books.
Operation Rezone, by the way, is the most, I almost use the F word, freaking offensive thing I saw.
It is.
Unacceptable.
It is. The SEDA plan has been on the books for 3 times as long as the West Area plan.
Yeah, and that is not just some political comment. That is a serious accusation of public corruption, and that's not going to be tolerated in this city. Well, okay. So another question for you, City Manager. I do have sympathy for the residents that are out there because this is change for them, and I understand change can be scary. You mentioned about if a farm, for example, ag land, the seller has to be willing. That's a private party transaction. Is that correct?
It is. We are not doing any proactive annexation. We are not annexing anyone. I saw a headline today saying that we're going to be annexing 4,000 or 9,000 acres. No, we are not. The only people who will be annexing are private property owners.
Okay. And the other question I have for you is, and I believe this was in the tax sharing agreement, so if I am a rural resident, I live out there, and I do get annexed somehow, how do I have to immediately go on to city sewer and city water, or did the tax sharing agreement give me some time to actually, yep.
Yes, we had a couple numbers thrown out last night, and I apologize. I had remembered 4 years, but that was incorrect. So a normal, once a sewer line is in front of your property, you normally have 3 years to connect to city sewer. However, with the ANX overlay, so the annexed rural property overlay, you would have an extra 2 years, so 5 years to connect to city sewer.
Right, so we're giving those residents more time.
More time.
Once that process starts.
If for some reason there was an annexation boundary that someone around them was annexing into the city and it brought them in.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's really, really important they know that there is a actual extension there. It's not immediate, because I think that's one of the things that's been used to scare them. And then let's say we approve something next month. Does that mean all of a sudden we're going to build out this whole area? I mean, aren't there requirements that we can't just build in one area and go and build in the middle of another area? And I mean, there are concentric zones. Is that correct?
Jennifer, you might need to help me out here, but when annexation is done, you still have to follow the rules of annexation, right, Jennifer? Can we create islands in SEDA?
No. So Local Area Formation Commission, so the committee, so LAFCO follows state law, Cortese, Knox, Hertzberg, and specifically, it doesn't prohibit outright islands, but it specifically discourages them, and our current MOU says that we will proactively, we will bring in all the land up to the SEDA boundary so that there is orderly annexation as it goes. So it would not create islands.
Got it. Okay. Looks like there has been some thought, at least, in doing this responsibly, and I appreciate that, Director. I look forward to a very robust debate on SEDA. I look forward to clearing some of the fears of the residents that exist in the area, even if they're not in the city right now. I think we have a responsibility to do that. I do also think it's really important to weed out what isn't true and what's fact. Not just a difference of opinion, but straight up lies versus fact. And I think we've had a lot of good discussion today on the council, and this is a good tone. These are good things to discuss. But it's kind of ironic. I mean, we can't grow our economy if we don't stop the stem of loss of jobs and stop the stem of loss of their tax base that's going literally to Madera County. Not to criticize Madera, but we got to stop that. And well, not only that, they are building commercial in those areas too around those new developments. So we're going to lose the sales tax revenue as well. And that's going to be a double whammy against this city. So that's all I have to say on this. I don't see anyone else punched up on this workshop. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. We do have to go to closed session. We have one more contested consent item. However, so we will be coming back. Before we have the city attorney read off the closed session roster, I do want to say something, and I'm going to apologize to our outgoing city clerk. We were going to have a proclamation for Todd, and we're going to do it. You might have to be on Zoom, or hopefully we'll get you in person. But tomorrow is your last day, and I believe that was 12 years total with the city of Fresno. Is that correct, Todd? Okay. This is why it's important to discuss numbers. 17 years with the city of Fresno, and you are going to be the clerk for the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County, which is a huge, huge accomplishment. So congratulations, Todd. On behalf of the city and county, did this work? Are you going to support ministerial now, Todd? Yeah. Okay. Todd, thank you so much for your years of service and for coming on at a difficult time and taking over the department and even taking on more responsibilities with the print shop. They do great work. And thank you for your service. Sincerely.
I think we're bringing the price of printing down this upcoming year.
Well, we love that, given inflation. No tariffs on your printing yet? Okay, good. So, okay. Again, thank you so much. City Attorney, if you would please...
Good afternoon. Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stacy Zatzmari versus City of Fresno. Item 5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item 5D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item 5E, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. We may have reportable items after closed session.
CMAC, you can take us live.
Thank you so much. We're good to go, Todd? Yep. Thank you. So it's 5:18. We're resuming open session. We do have one thing to report out of closed session, and then we'll resume with item 2, forgive me, contested consent 2, was it S? 2L as in Larry or Luis. Today in closed session, the City Council voted unanimously to appoint Amy Aller as interim city clerk. Ms. Aller currently serves as a special assistant city attorney. Previously, she served as a deputy district attorney and deputy county counsel. She attended Fresno State, where she obtained a degree in political science, and she also holds a law degree from Georgetown University. And we thank Ms. Aller for taking on this role. And on to 2L as in Larry. So this is an item from the, yes, City Manager, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, before you today, Council, is the 6th Amendment to the Services Agreement with Orange Avenue Disposal. We are recommending approval of the CEQA, the categorical exemption, and the 6th Amendment. This amendment is as a result of a settlement agreement that was entered into between the city and Orange Avenue Disposal, and recommend that you approve.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I have one council member punched up, Council Vice President.
City Manager, when was the settlement agreement entered into? And what was the vote of that agreement?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that.
Council Vice President, are you asking when did the city of Fresno agree to the settlement?
Correct.
Okay, it would have been the last council meeting. No, it was a couple ago.
While you get that, City Manager, what's the value of this change in the contract?
Ask one more time, Council Member.
What is the financial value of the change in the contract?
So as a result of this amendment, it would extend the agreement by 1 year. The agreement currently is scheduled to end in fiscal year 34, and it would extend the agreement to fiscal year 35. In that time period in the future, based on current terms, and for this particular vendor, the value, the annual amount that we pay to this vendor around that time period is in the neighborhood of about $10 million. However, I do want to put this in context that whether it would be this vendor or a different vendor, somebody will be having to do this work. So we would be paying somebody in fiscal year 35 an amount somewhere in this ballpark for the same service.
City Manager, when was the last time this contract was bidded out?
What's the original date of the OAD agreement? I don't remember off the top of my head.
I believe it was in 2004 in the original agreement.
At that time, was there a bid to award that contract?
Unfortunately, we don't have any records to indicate that there would have been a bid, nor would have one technically would have been required at that time.
What is the current municipal code require us? Are we required to bid out contracts of this length?
We are required to have a competitive process for a contract such as this. It would be a request for proposal. It would not be a bid. It would be a request for proposal, and we would accept proposal. We'd put an RFP on the street. We would receive proposals, and we would make a recommendation to the council. It is not a low bid contract. It is based on best value and recommend and best value, and what's the other? I can't remember, but it's best value, which value is not necessarily just monetary.
And this contract hasn't gone through that process since 2004?
The requirement to have a RFP process, I believe what the city attorney was saying, we don't believe that was in existence in 2004. So whether or not went through that process in 2004, we don't know. But in today's rules, it is required.
So if it's required in today's rules, why didn't we put this out to bid when the vendor requested a change contract conditions?
A change. Which change are you speaking of?
The one on the agenda. Was
I'll go
this
back.
change in the contract conditions requested by the vendor?
Well, so once again, one thing that can, I believe, I'll let the attorney's office confirm this, that can sort of overrule our process is illegal. So given that this is as a result of a legal settlement, it would not be required.
So if a vendor was to threaten litigation based on the current recommendation and the current practice, that means that the city could avoid ever going out to bid on any contract just based on the threat of litigation and subsequent entrance into a settlement?
That's what we're saying.
So
I think in this particular instance, yes, that could happen. However, each situation's a little different.
Understood.
And we would consider
so
it
if
at that time.
the other garbage vendors also threaten to litigate us, we can bypass an RFP process and simply award them an extension?
I don't think it's the mere threat of litigation. I think we'd have to look at what happens with the case, and obviously the city attorney's office we'd evaluate what our liability exposure is and decide whether we wanted to enter into a settlement agreement. If, obviously if we didn't have litigation, if we didn't have exposure, we might want to take it and try it.
But if that was the case, then theoretically we could never do an RFP for any of these contracts, correct? We can simply justify continuing a 4-decade-old contract upon the threat of litigation. And just to be clear, are we in active litigation on this matter? Do we have a trial date set for this?
There's no trial date set.
How
You're
much
asking
money
me to
have
look
we
into a crystal ball.
How much money
Councilmember.
have we spent on legal fees on this item thus far?
I'll have to look that up.
Okay. So we have no trial date, and theoretically, we are bypassing the RFP process that's required in our current rules.
No. So are you talking about, first of all, the contract already exists. What we're talking about here is an amendment that basically has two different provisions from the existing contract. One relates to an extension of 1 year, and the other relates to the vendor's ability to ask us for changes to the contract. So it's...
But there's a third element, isn't there? Isn't this vendor getting $1 million payoff in addition to this contract changes?
There is no payment as part of this amendment.
But isn't the payment part of the settlement?
I'll defer to the city attorney's office on that.
Basic information, folks. It's just a yes or no, and how much is the settlement?
Can you repeat the question again, Council Vice President?
The city manager indicated that this item has two components. One is a change to contract terms, which extends it by a year. The second one is allowing this vendor to come back for future increases. And I'm pointing out that there's a third element to this item, which is a $1 million settlement that was previously put on the record as being approved by this body.
I'm not aware of it being put on the record. I'd like to look into that. This
Did
is
you
at this
state that
point.
there was a settlement that the body approved?
There was a settlement approved, but the terms of that settlement I can't get into until both parties sign. And that hasn't happened yet, and so...
Fair enough. So is this agreement a condition of that settlement?
Yes.
But the vendor has not signed the settlement yet?
Not to my knowledge.
There's a process for that, right? We have to, yeah.
But it's not signed yet, correct?
I believe the city attorney answered that.
Yeah, I don't think that it's signed. I'm not aware of, I'm not in possession of anything signed by OAD.
Okay. City manager, does the current contract that exists, not the proposed changes, include an annual increase that the vendor can request, can obtain?
I believe via one of the later amendments, there is a CPI increase of 3% and 80% of fuel index.
So the current agreement already allows a vendor a 3% increase annually plus 80% of the
fuel index.
The fuel index.
Correct.
So what is the need for us to change those terms if he already has the ability to receive an annual increase?
Which term are you referring to when you said, what is the reason for changing the terms?
Allowing him to come back for future increases.
One, I just want to make sure that we specify that he can't just come back for any reason to ask for an increase. It's very limited in his ability to ask for an increase. And two, City Attorney's Office, help me out here. It was a term that was negotiated as part of the settlement agreement, and I'm going to leave it at that and let the City Attorney's Office. I don't want to violate any sort of closed session discussions.
If I may, as it's drafted, he would be allowed to come forward with an adjustment or an increase in his rate, which then would be an increase in ratepayers' cost if state law changes, correct?
The way that the language is written, it is the only time he could come back to increase costs, which are changes in the law, legal mandates, or other legally required programs which impose additional requirements and or restrictions on the contractor.
But it's not additional costs, it's just requirements.
Correct.
And conditions.
Legal mandates and legal requirements that are outside the control of the contractor.
But not specifically additional cost. Not every mandate or requirement has a cost to it.
Okay.
Right? In this case, the language would not require him to demonstrate that there's an additional cost, just that there's a change in the requirements or some kind of change in law or mandate.
Well, I can tell you that the intent is if the contractor has additional costs imposed on them as a result of a change in state law that is outside of their control, i.e., if the state of California decides to raise minimum wage by $4 an hour and that was outside of the control of that contractor, that would be something that the contractor could come back to us and request an increase. Doesn't mean that we have to approve it, but he could request it.
So, to your point, but he already gets a 3% increase in CPI already and 80% of fuel. So
Correct.
there's
That's
already an
standard
automatic
CPI adjustment.
increase every year, which is what that's meant for. Any changes in increase in cost, is it not?
No, I would argue that, CPI, a lot of our vendors have CPI adjustments that have to do with the sort of normal cost of living increase changes. There definitely are mandates that happen at the state level that far exceed a 3% CPI.
Does any other vendor in the trash business specifically have this same language that we're proposing today?
I believe that both Mid-Valley and Republic both have the ability to request CPI adjustments.
But based...
At 3%? At 3% as well.
Correct. But this vendor already has a 3% CPI baked into his contract. My question is, does any other vendor have the same exact language that they're allowed to come to the council for more money if state law changes, mandates, whatever else language you guys put in there? Does any other vendor have that language?
Well, so what I'm going to tell you is no, but I'm going to tell you no because they have different agreements. They have a franchise agreement. This is a service agreement. So they're two different types of agreements.
Understood. And this being a service agreement, when this vendor increases their service fees to the other franchisees, do those franchisees pass on the cost to the ratepayers?
I So I think you would have to ask them specifically, but if they have increased costs placed upon them, then they can either absorb the cost within their business model or they can pass the cost on. I don't know. You'd have to speak with those vendors directly.
Is there any provisions in those other vendors' agreements that would allow them not to honor the increased service fee that this vendor's having to pass on or provide to them?
No,
Have to eat it.
within their franchise agreements, this contractor is the designated contractor for them to take their materials to right now.
Do any of these vendors have their own facilities that they can take their materials to and process? Or is this the only vendor in town that does this work?
Yeah, I understand that Mid-Valley now has their own facility. When we first had a franchise agreement with them, they did not, but they since purchased out a different contractor, and so they do now have their own transfer station.
Is there any other vendor outside of Mid-Valley and this vendor that do this same service in the city or within the region?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if the council was to put this to RFP, we would at least have two vendors that could compete for the work.
For transfer station?
Big service, yeah.
If we did put out an RFP, theoretically, we have at least two vendors in town that could be responsive.
When do you anticipate this contract going out to an RFP?
Well, the OAD contract, either if this amendment passes, would be in 2035. If it doesn't passes, 2034.
When was the last time this agreement was amended?
Oh, geez. I don't know. I don't have the fifth. Do you have the Fifth Amendment, Jim? 1819. We're looking for the Fifth Amendment. What?
2020.
2020 is what I'm hearing from the attorney's office.
And at that time, the agreement was extended by 10 years, correct?
No, that was a different amendment.
That was in 2018?
The 10-year extension, I believe, was in... Okay, someone come up and talk to the microphone, please.
Yeah, the more people we can put on the record, the better, so that when we
Which
get sued...
amendment extended the contract by 10 years?
The one in 2020.
And which amendment was that?
The Fifth Amendment.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't there an amendment in 22? Yes?
I don't know. I don't have all the amendments
Yes, there
in front of me.
was.
So if the Fifth, I mean, this is the Sixth Amendment. So if the Fifth Amendment was in 2020, there hasn't been an amendment since 2020, I'm hearing.
20 and 22, I believe.
What? No, I don't think we've amended this. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, no, we haven't.
So it was 2020 was the 10-year extension?
That's what I'm being told.
Sorry.
Correct. It had 2 5-year extensions.
In the 2020
in
amendment?
the 2020 Fifth Amendment.
So this goes to another extension in addition to those 2 extensions?
So when was the first 5 years and when was the second 5 years?
Both of the 5 years extended to the 34. So basically,
I understand, but it was 2020, and so it did go from 2020 to 25, and then when was the second 5-year period extended?
So under the current 2004 agreement, 2 5-year extensions were allowed, both terms, and added an additional agreement at deadline extending the agreement to the February 25th of 2034. That's in the Fifth Amendment.
And when was the Fifth Amendment?
November 5th, 2020.
Okay. Yeah, it was. All right. Well, just my closing comments on this matter. I want to be very clear for the public record. I voted against the settlement
related to this vendor. Secondly, this vendor has continuously...
Councilmember, I don't think you were present. I don't think you voted against
Right,
it.
you're right. I abstained from that because I was absent, for the record. In this case, I'm going to oppose this agreement. This vendor is uniquely positioned to continue to increase rates for residents across the city. Every time we are near getting close to putting this contract out to bid, magically this vendor gets an extension. Even when his contract calls for no more extensions or the contract terminates, which is currently what the contract states. This change in provisions sets extremely bad precedents in the city, allowing vendors who have contracts in excess of 10 years to continuously avoid the competitive bid process by threatening litigation or claiming litigation or filing something and never having to air out publicly in a courtroom any actual damages that they've incurred. So I think we as a city are in the precipice of creating a trash czar that will be fully empowered to continuously have a monopoly on the trash service of this city and avoid any competitive bid process, which ultimately is the market conditions telling us who is best fit to do the best service for the best cost to the city. And my last point I would add is, a wise man once told me that government should stay out of the marketplace, that government and politicians should not put our thumb on the scale of competition in the market, that we should not be in the business of picking one vendor over another vendor by extending contracts, not bidding contracts, by giving exemptions. And he was conveying to me that you should allow the market and the competition to weed out those who are not producing the best terms, the best financial conditions for the agency, and not actively get involved in manipulating the market. And that person was Richard Caglia. And that person continuously seems to demand that we continuously find a way to extend these contracts into perpetuity, avoiding the public bid process and any market accountability to whether taxpayers are getting the best bang for their buck. So on principle, I will be opposing this contract, and think the settlement that is tied to this contract is not in the best interest of the city. But I respect the outcome of whatever decisions are made on this body. And I appreciate the difficulty the city manager has been put in. And I foresee that other vendors will see this as an opportunity to come forward and ask for more money as they continue to push this theory of socializing losses and privatizing profits. And I think that's the wrong direction for our city. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. I don't really have anyone else punched up. Quick question on the, so there was a extension to this agreement, correct, for 10 years? Who made the motion to do that?
Well, I was actually going up and pulling that up, and I literally just pulled it up just now. The mover was Councilmember Arias, and the seconder was Luis Chavez. And I'm trying to look in Granicus to see what the vote was, and it was unanimous.
Okay. Councilmember Maxwell's punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to provide a different context. I know that I have never received a complaint from this organization since I've been in office. In fact, I've had an opposite experience with a lot of constituents expressing gratitude, especially when there's opportunities for them to have a dump day at the facility for larger items. I will be supporting this item today. I think in context that adding an additional year is the right move. So I'll be supporting this item today based off of the feedback that I've received personally as well as that from my constituents. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Perea punched up.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, I just want to There's been a lot of misinformation out there in the media on this topic. One notion was that approving this agreement automatically raised rates. If we approve this today, does rates go up for taxpayers tomorrow?
No.
Okay. There was a lot of good discussion on this. The question was already been raised about transfer facilities and who's contracted to take their trash where, and we've talked a lot about RFPs and when it's appropriate to go out to RFPs again. Our job here is to make sure that we are providing the best quality service to the residents of Fresno for the least fiscal impact to their pocketbooks as possible. And so that's a big reason why I am a supporter of the RFP process, and when the time is right, we will definitely take it back out to RFP, and that goes for many other contracts out there as well. We want to make sure that we remain competitive in this industry and that we are doing everything possible to keep rates as low as possible for the residents out there who are already being squished to death in so many different ways. But Council President, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else punched up? Okay, is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition to this item? One opposed. The motion passes 6-1. That will conclude the remainder of the meeting. So we adjourn this meeting at 5:44 p.m.